And with a push of the button, we are live with Land Beyond the Mist session 10, I believe it is. Welcome, everyone. I'm excited to get some D&D playing. We have a couple of returning members to the Mist, I believe, and some new faces, which I am excited about. Let us start off, as we always do, by going around introducing ourselves and our players. I'm just going to go in the order of the cameras as I see them. So, without further ado, Koron, why don't you remind everyone a little bit about Butcher and reintroduce us.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Koron, Nick, and I'm playing Butcher. Butcher is a dwarf who is here north of the mountains because he was exiled from the dwarves for committing an unspeakable act. He's returned from his first voyage where one of his companions died. He spent a little bit of time in the inn moping about it and blaming himself, but now he's ready to go out and try to help some other adventurers not get killed this time.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to that. How has your expeditions into the Mist affected you beyond just moping in the tavern? You know, did it give you any new experiences you're bringing to the table? What was it like? You're one of the few parties that returned with treasure in hand recently.
Yeah, we made quite a bit of money, and I've invested that into, I think, the tools necessary to help more adventurers succeed, including, more pack animals, a couple healing potions, Mm-hmm. I'm out here just trying to keep these people alive, help them defeat threats. It's definitely a dangerous world out there.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to it. All right, that'll bring us around to Mr. Underground. Why don't you introduce us to your character and let us know a little bit about you?
That's the name I already said, or I go by Patrick. The character I'm playing is Josaton Gethrix, a dragonborn sorcerer who, before he came here, was a merchant that very quickly fell on hard times.
It's a hard life being a merchant.
And now he has very little left, so let's see if he can reclaim a fortune.
Oh, excellent.
Stake claim to one is what I most desire. And that's it.
Well, you've definitely picked a good place to come get your fortune. Of all the places in the world, though, why the edge of civilization for a merchant? I would imagine there might be other opportunities out there in the wide world. What drove you out beyond the mists?
This fortune can be more than just coin.
Okay.
That is the only answer I shall say.
A rare breed of merchant.
A rare breed of merchant indeed. Short on words, but long on coin. That is the way I do like my merchants. All right. Well, that sounds very fun. I am excited to see you get to them playing in. Stone, welcome back Beyond the Mist. Glad to have you. Why don't you reintroduce Puck to us and tell us a little about him?
So, Puck is a kind of stout, slightly pudgy halfling. He used to do some guide work in some of the swamps, kind of farther away from here, and has since abandoned that life to find new pastures to kind of find and maybe a little wanderlust. Just looking to set his eyes on a new horizon.
Awesome. So, why don't you tell us, you adventured out before, and I don't remember the specifics of your party.
This is my first time, actually.
Oh, is it? I thought I had
I have a second.
Before.
I have a second one scheduled later, early next month.
Apologies, this is the first time we've seen you. Well, welcome Beyond the Mist.
No worries,
I could have sworn I played with you earlier. Well,
I think we might have done something in a different campaign, but I don't recall.
That might be what I'm remembering then. All right, well, apologies for that. You have brought your guide Beyond the Swamps. What is it that you're looking to find out beyond the mists? Beyond just your, beyond just guiding people around. Like, what is that you personally are invested in finding?
Definitely has a bit of, I wouldn't say greed, but motivation to find some treasures and have a happy and leisure retirement. So coin is definitely a motivating factor, more so than magical items or anything like that.
I like it. Well, adventurers are well known to be, easy to retire in. Good of upward mobility in this particular job class. Look forward to seeing you beyond the mists. Excellent. And last but certainly not least, the Boyd. Welcome. Why don't you introduce your character to us and tell us a little about him?
Cool, thanks. I'm Darcy. You can find me on Twitch on TV at Darcy Bits, but also I go by the Boyd on most other places. So if you want to see like my Secret of Sarmaneth fan art, for example, you can go to my Twitch,
which is awesome, by the way.
Section has all of my links to DA and YouTube and stuff. Mm-hmm. Anyway, enough about me, and let's talk about Patala. Patala is a sort of anthropologist type character who studied druids. She lived with them for a while. Learned a lot about their culture, and while she's not a druid herself, she is a ranger and has picked up all of her ranger features from living with these like forest druids. So she knows, forest is her natural terrain. She's got plants as her favorite enemy. Spoken with treants and exchanged words and interviewed them and stuff like that. Wrote papers back, to wherever she comes from, which is cool, I think. But yeah, she lived with druids, sort of also kind of discovered herself in the process, realized she was trans at the time, and now she has come to the land beyond the mists with the hopes of finding new creatures and cultures that have not been recorded back in the quote-unquote civilized lands. So she is here looking for people or cultures or creatures or monsters or whatever you want to call them. I would like to record them in some kind of manual or something. I don't know.
Oh, my. Any relation to Volo, maybe? Or Xanathar?
I've never heard of them.
No? Okay.
They're a hack.
They're a hack, yes. We all know that Patala's manual is the true one that you want. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's
it's published, of course. Yeah.
That's exciting. Well, you've come to the right place. The edge of the world makes a mighty fine place to jot down new information. Has there been any interesting rumors that you've heard? You've sat around in the tavern a little bit, I'm sure, hearing the tales of other adventurers. Is there anything that's piqued your interest? Think you might want to look for to put in your notes?
I have honestly not been able to have spent as much time in the tavern as I would like. So I'm not really.
All right.
But hopefully my companions here have good leads for me to follow.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we will jumpstart that book for you today. Excellent. So, the four of you have gathered around, as we always do, to start in the Tavern of Farfield Keep, the Cloak and Stagger, around this table. Oh, not that one. Around this table, Twitch chat, with the map carved in the world. I believe that you guys had some surveying you wanted to do out in the Gold Hills. So as you've gotten together to do that, are there any preparations or things that you would like to take care of in town before we head off on your surveying mission?
None for me.
Let's see.
Other than that message I sent you, Boyd.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Mr. Underground. You wanted to give me some rations to hold, and I can do that. As Wonderful. We see me go get all my saddlebags and stuff hooked up to my horse Summer, which is outside the tavern.
All right. Feel free to add whatever you need to the horse spreadsheet. I trust you all to take care of that. It sounds like there was no other preparations, though. So let's get ourselves out of town and exploring. You are heading east into the Gold Hills. There has not been much in the way of adventurers out there, so if you're just looking to survey the area, you have a lot of opportunity, or I guess a lot of freedom to go where you want. The first thing that I will need from you is to just settle on a navigator for your trip. It doesn't have to be the same person every day, but at least for the start, who is going to be taking the roles for that?
I think Butcher would look to one of the rangers to take the lead on this.
Okay.
We could flip a coin, Patella.
I'm happy to follow. Leaves my hands free for writing notes.
Then I will.
Before we started, we talked about how probably, even though I have a larger bonus, your advantage should outweigh that. Although I don't know how, like, what pace are we going at, right?
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
So I guess I will. I guess I'll guide the way then.
All right, Puck. Yep.
I think a normal pace is perfectly fine.
All right, perfect. You've selected a normal pace for today's travel. That is excellent. So what I want from you then is to tell me your intended direction. What is the route that you are taking on your way to survey through the hills at your normal pace?
Well, I believe the party had briefly mentioned going through this river that I see marked on the map, whether or not that's there.
Okay.
We'll get there and see. And heading up this way.
All right.
Into the Gold Hills.
So you will be heading about straight east, going towards the stream or river marked on the map near some knolls, and then going north. Yes, continuing up north and east after. That sounds excellent. So, you are moving at a medium pace is the selected pace. Go ahead and give me a navigation check for, I usually have survival wisdom, unless you as a ranger have another skill that you think is more appropriate for your style of navigation. And you are a outlander, so go ahead and make that at advantage. The first navigation check going through the area surrounding Farfield Keep is quite easy. It will be DC 10.
All right. And here is the wonderful first roll that will determine whether or not we have a good session or not.
And you pass with flying colors. So, you begin making your way eastward, heading out of Farfield Keep and along the pasture lands, the rolling kind of farmland and towns and little villages that dot the about 18 miles or so around Farfield Keep, the people that keep it free and clear. And you see the hills and the mountains to your east rising up in front of you. While I roll up encounters for the day, why don't you four tell me what it's like as you are leaving town? What is the mood amongst you as adventurers? Excuse me. How are you proceeding through your day here as you make your way out for the first time?
So
Very excited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, definitely. Excited to see what lies in store. I think you asked earlier about if I'd heard anything, and we do see that there's novels written on this sheet here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the sheet, sorry, this table that we left behind us, but we remember in our brains so perfectly because we're very smart. And that's interesting. Does anyone here speak Null? I've heard that they have a much richer culture than most people give on, but don't know the language myself.
No, I can't say that I do.
And just one of them are common traits about them are their capability of violence, unfortunately.
Oh.
So
capability with enough work.
So I think if Patella lets on that she's interested in weird and strange creatures, I'd definitely talk about my outing to the Howling Fields and the very large wolves that disappeared in the moonlight. And let's see, what else? The giant vultures that are even larger than regular vultures, which are by themselves quite large.
All right. In the midst of this storytelling about your expedition out into the Howling Fields and the kind of just general enthusiasm to be making your way out of the keep, you begin finding yourselves leaving the pasture lands. The kind of green grasses, the farms, the hills become sparser. They become kind of fewer and farther between until they are gone altogether. Rising out before you now are large hills, some cliffs coming down the the sides of not quite mountains, but larger rocks and land masses. Juniper grows wildly across the area. There's some patches of large grass, but they are fewer and farther between as well. You begin navigating your pack animals and yourselves through canyons, valleys, sometimes cresting hills as necessary, and the pace becomes slower going, but you are navigated along brilliantly. Who among you has the highest passive perception?
13.
I'm guessing,
13.
Let's see. Passive
Yep.
perception.
Yes.
Negative.
15. I've heard some people use passive perception based on 8 instead of 10. Do you do that or not?
Passive perception is 10. Your spellcasting modifier starts at 8.
Right, yeah, I've heard people do it the other way. Cool, yeah, I'm 15.
15. All right. Sounds like 15 is the winner. So, Patala, you are chatting away nicely about these strange creatures that disappear in the moonlight. And you notice something on the ground as you are passing between kind of a valley in the, excuse me, in the, in between two kind of hills and cliffs. There are many birds that pass overhead, and they leave shadows on the ground. As you're watching, the shadow of something flying above you passes, and it seems to be projecting down the shadow of a humanoid. It looks like a man flying across their shadow, coming over the top of the party, and cresting on the other side of the hill. What do you make of this?
Do I only see the shadow? If I notice the shadow and then look up, do I see anything, or is it like the sun's in my eyes, or what's?
Yeah. Okay. You notice the shadow. You look up. You have a 15 passive. You see it before it gets to the other side of the cliff. It is a terrifying creature. Let me see if I can.
Like a Periton? Is it a Periton?
Yes, it is exactly
cool.
that. Let me see if I
I
can.
guess I should probably
describe
ask
it.
that question of like, how much am I allowed to bring my own knowledge in?
Mm-hmm.
Sounded like a Periton to me. Sorry.
Why can't I find it in my list? Oh, because it's in 2 different regions, right? And it's in this region. So the Periton is a monstrous carnivore. You see its great wings feathered in blue and red stretching out. It has the head of a stag with a great rack on it and big sharp teeth. And while it flies quietly, you can see that the shadow it casts is that of a human being upon the ground. You're quick and you notice it flying just overhead, but you see that it lands on the cliffside on the other side, out of sight, after you've looked at it.
All right, we have company, but
Company, you say?
well, if they're not, I'm not sure if they've noticed us or not, and if we don't let them give the reason to, they should probably leave us alone. Looks like a Periton. Well, be on guard, but I think it shouldn't be an issue as long as we don't give them a reason. Or don't
Let's
draw
hope
their
it stays
attention,
that
I
way.
guess is the right way of saying it, yeah. Cool.
Should we continue on cautiously for a little bit?
I think we shall. Best stay on guard than not at all.
Okay.
In this case, it's our first outing, of course. Or mine.
You begin making your way through the valley some more, slowly watching the skies. After a few minutes, you will all notice again the same shadow bust across your line of vision. You look up, you see the Periton, and a second shadow is following it as well. There are now 2 of them, and they land perched on the opposite cliff they were on before, now watching the progress of your caravan. What do you do?
Alright, that's not a good sign. If it's got a mate, that's worse.
Shall we speed up in case more come?
I don't imagine there'll be more than 2, but
I mean, if there is, then we have a problem.
yeah, true. You're right.
Well, if I've learned anything, that running is probably bad here, but we can briskly move away from it. Any predator is going to come after you if you start running.
Can I make any kind of like knowledge check here?
Sure.
What I'm thinking is that Peritons, sometimes lore says that they used to be people, and I don't know if that's like a real thing or not.
Okay.
And if they are previously people, I'd love the idea of actually being able to communicate instead. That would be rad as heck.
Sure. How do you come about this knowledge of the history of these creatures? What is it that you draw upon to figure this out?
Well, I imagine there's probably a lot of Druidic history there, considering Druids actually, shapeshift themselves, so they're connected very strongly to other creatures that are born of humanoids, such as like werewolves and stuff, have a lot of intermingling with druidic culture. And I imagine Peritons are commonly forest creatures, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I use my natural terrain here? 'Cause it's still relevant.
Is your natural terrain relevant here? Yes, Peritons are often considered forest creatures. I believe that would be acceptable. So this sounds to me like you're drawing upon your memories and a training past. So I believe that this is a nature or history intelligence check. I would be happy with either of those skills.
Great. Okay, I have both of those, so
your choice.
That's fine for me. I will go with nature. Well, I think it's a more history. I'm more about interested in the people.
Okay, absolutely.
The animal
yeah,
part here.
Give me that history roll. Then.
Oh, that is awful. I got a natural 1 modified to a 7.
Okay, you think back and you try to learn anything you can about the history of Peritons, and it turns out that in your particular forest, Peritons did not exist. The druid people that you learned from had no memories of these particular creatures. They are only stories that you've heard in rumors from others.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm sitting there being like, I'm curious if you can speak with them, but I super don't know. Like, part of me wonders if it's like, does that actually encourage me to try? Right? Like,
well, what do? You've thought for a moment. The whole party is kind of paused, like watching these two large, like goat-headed birds staring down at you. The sun casting the long human shadow down the cliffside.
So I think Butcher's instinct is going to be to sort of pull his horse alongside the mule that he has, sort of whatever direction towards the cliff face is towards the Periton, and then sort of move at a brisk pace, but without like breaking into a gallop or run or anything like that.
So it sounds to me what you're trying to do is quickly leave the area without drawing the predatory instincts of the Peritons. Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Is the party going along with this? You all join him in this brisk move?
I like it, yeah.
All right.
This sounds like it's less of a stealth thing and more of a like, don't. Like, no sudden movements kind of thing.
Absolutely.
It's clear, right, that they already noticed us. You said
they're watching you now.
Us.
Yeah, there's two of them perched in sight watching the party. Excellent. I am excited to see how this goes down. So I think you definitely have a check here, and the check is, do the Peritons lose interest in you and let you go, or do you kick in that predatory instinct with your movement? This seems like a very smart thing. Maybe wise, actually. This might come from like predatory instincts and knowledge. Maybe this is a wisdom check. So I think that this is a nature wisdom roll in my mind. Do you have a different skill that you think is more appropriate?
Survival.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
Survival's
Like,
better?
it sounds a lot like animal handling, which is a wisdom nature-y thing. But yeah, so
Maybe more
survival.
animal.
Yeah.
Okay, if you are better trained in wisdom survival, I'll accept that. So give me a wisdom nature or a wisdom survival check. If one of the party is trained in either of those, you can assist and give the roll advantage.
Okay. I'd like to give advantage.
All right, Butcher, why don't you give me that check at advantage? A 16. Let's see how hungry these babies are. All right. You gather the mules together. You begin briskly walking, but not breaking into a gallop. Your eyes trained on these creatures. For about a mile or so, they do this weird thing where they kind of side scuttle like a crab along the cliff face, keeping pace with the party. Their strange antlered heads trained on you, these like deer-like eyes just staring down as they waddle. And eventually they get to the end of the cliff and they watch the party go for a little bit before soaring back over the cliff to the other side, leaving you to go on your way as they resume their hunt elsewhere. Excellent. So, the party has evaded Periton hunting for the time being. Do you continue on the rest of your day as previously intended, or does this change your minds about traveling through the hills at all?
I think I'm perfectly fine continuing as normal.
Excellent.
Unless someone else has a suggestion to do otherwise.
Yeah, I think Patel was actually like very emboldened by that. Like, really enjoyed that exchange. Like, I didn't have to fight anything, and I got to like watch the behavior of a creature, and as like be taking notes. Like, she has like this bundle of parchment that she just like carries with her, and it's like, what do you really? You're just waste room for that? But yeah.
All right. Oh, you continue on. There are still 3 or 4 hours left in the day, you think, watching where the sun is, and you continue through these kind of rolling hills. It's pretty slow going with your pack mules. It is not easy to find places for them to easily traverse the hills. You have to make sure you're finding lots of valleys and things, but you make your way through. Let's see here. About 2 hours until sunset. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. It is Patella once more. You are keeping a sharp eye out, and you notice as you are kind of cresting over a smaller hill, easier for your animals to get over, to the east of where you are, on the side where the like looming mist mountains can be seen, you spy corpses lined up. Not placed, you think that they have just fallen and it happens to vaguely form a line of giant badgers. Their fur singed as if by fire, and their bellies ripped open, splayed out, and seem to have been not like ritually sacrificed, but as if an animal has ripped them open and eaten through. There are 9 giant badgers just ripped apart like this, some distance from you, about 45 feet out into the hills to your east.
Great. When you say like out into the hills to the east, is that like I could just divert my own movement on my horse and like
if
take a look and
if
come
you
back?
chose to,
or
you
would
could go
be
that
like
way.
Everyone's kind of gonna be.
If you wanted to let the party continue on and you yourself go explore, you could easily do that. It's only 45 feet according to the dice.
I'm on a horse. I think I'm gonna be like, I just go on ahead. I'll be right back. I saw something, and if anybody wants to follow me, go for it. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at this. Yeah.
I think Butcher would at least come to a stop there and not continue on waiting.
Yeah, I'll kind of string my short bow and kind of crouch down, just look at the corpses.
Support. Good.
You seems to be doing something as you walk off, or maybe like do a short sprint of excitement. Maybe, I don't know.
All right. You watch the party come to a stop, and then you mount your horse and kind of ride off these 45 feet. As you get there, you notice that the area around here, the juniper is burned to the ground. There wasn't much of it in this part of the hills. There's just a little bit. But as you arrive, you notice, that's ash. There's burned juniper, and you are immediately aware of large paw prints in the kind of softer dirt near these badger bodies. They are about the size of like a child could lay in it across. Probably not the full size of a man, but very large. They are 4 claws and a big pad, and there are 3 of them just kind of in different places. The badgers themselves are torn open as if by fang and claw. Your passive was a 15. You immediately notice that there are different types of wounds on the different badger bodies. Some seem to have been eaten and have the hallmarks of a large mammalian carnivore, while others remind you very much of like the bites of a serpent, while another that of a lizard.
Oh, okay, cool. Great. I go into full Patella just is immediately distracted. She probably takes like a cursory okay, is there anything like immediately in like line of sight? We're in hills, so probably it's not very easy to actually survey the area. And are we in hills yet? We are, I think, right? And then she immediately is just like, all right, let's go through like the checklist, right? Like, okay, this fire, can I find any residue that me think that it's magical? The way that these are torn open. You already gave me a lot of good information, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But the paw prints, does this actually remind me of any specific animal based on like the toes and everything and blah, blah, blah. So it's just like a gambit of different
Mm-hmm. Well, you begin checking off those boxes as best you can. Is there you listed a lot of questions to me in a row. Is there anything specific that you want to know more about as you investigate, other than what I've told you?
I mean, this is like a chimera, right?
That sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can just cool. So I deduce it's a chimera. Can I just do that?
I won't tell you that it is, but it seems pretty logical.
Awesome. And I probably look at the tracks. I'm like, okay, so we got these tracks here, but then also I assume there's a point where it disappears, and we're like, how did that happen? Because they can fly, right? That's sort of all right. I think I basically I don't think there's anything to find here. They're badgers. There's not like there's going to be any loot unless there's I don't know, weird badger hearts. Are there any badger hearts? Do they have any hearts left? They're torn open. Do they have organs?
You look and oh man, these badgers are picked clean. One badger, it looks like this badger was punctured by the snake-like fangs of a creature. This one is pretty much left unhurt. It's dead, but it's not torn open and eaten up. The rest of them are little more than carcasses.
Okay. I think I have a small knife. I have a dagger. If I could cut this open and take its heart, that would be cool. Can I do that quickly, or is that going to take too long? You said it's untouched. I was expecting it to be ripped open, but the heart was still there.
Skinning and butchering an animal is a thing that takes time, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to head back and be like, we got chimeras. Isn't that cool? All
right.
They probably went up that way, but I don't know. They could be anywhere now. Actually, okay. I will ask you this question. How long ago do I estimate that happened? That's a good question.
You are a trained naturist, right? You think that these animals are very recently dead. There is blood, not fresh, not runny on the ground, but it is not the decayed, desiccated corpses of something that's been standing out in the hills for a long time. It has not been attacked by excuse me, vultures or other scavengers as of yet, but you think that it will draw these without fail very soon.
Right. And since it presumably took this guy, I don't think it's even possible. It's not even worth trying to track this at this point, is what my assumption would be, right? I couldn't maybe find this.
How good are you at finding things? Do you want to try?
All right. Let's. I'm gonna go back to the group and say, looks like a chimera killed a whole family of badgers over there. They were giant badgers, right? Not just badgers.
Giant badgers, yes.
Giant badgers. Wasn't too long ago. Could be anywhere around here. Should be on guard. But I think I might be able to track them back to their lair if that's something you'd be interested in investigating.
9 giant badgers. I'll sort of think over, maybe it's hurt by fighting them.
I don't think so. No.
Then I don't know. It seems very dangerous to.
I wouldn't
at this thing.
I wouldn't suggest combating it, but if we could find where its lair is and wait for it to leave, it's a possibility. That's all I'm saying.
It's in the area, just not where or in what direction. So finding out where specifically would do us good, I guess.
It's a landmark. That's what we're here for to find, right?
Safe landmarks.
Well, that's for someone else to figure out. Here's the place. It's safe once you kill the manticore. Go at it, friends.
It is also possible on our return journey, if we come back through this way, we might encounter this very same chimera.
That's a very good point.
Well, I think if our plan is stealth, I should probably take off the jangly bits.
There's something just so humorous about the referring to your own armor as the jangly bits. Uh-oh. We have lost a stone.
We have. So anyway, yeah, like I super have no inclination. No, that's not the word. I have no preference for what we do here. I just like, hey, we found a thing.
Are we capable of taking down a chimera?
Oh, probably not,
No.
right?
Probably not. Unless the thing is very hurt by fighting those,
Are we capable of finding its lair and then hiding in bushes for 3 hours? I think so.
Hiding? No, I doubt that. Too many animals.
yeah, too many animals, I agree.
Alright, looks like Stone had a power surge. He'll be back soon. Okay. We will just have borked cameras then until Stone gets back.
Cool.
Alright, so I'm sorry, I got a little distracted by one of our players dropping. Did the party decide to track down the chimera, or are we leaving it be?
Or leaving it
Leaving
be.
it be. Alright. So there are only a couple of hours left in the day. I assume then if we are leaving the Manticore tracks, but not the Manticore. Somebody's talking about Manticores in chat. The Chimera tracks behind. You're just going to finish out the rest of your day traveling.
Yes.
All
Yep.
right. As you do so, you make camp for your first night out in the excuse me, out in the Gold Hills. You intended to reach this river, and so you do during your first day of normal travel. It's not a river per se, as it is a small stream that winds through the canyon here. In some places, it goes down to barely more than a trickle while it widens out and becomes deeper in others. Why don't we do some... foraging rolls? Oh, here's Stone. Perfect.
So, I have a question. Does this river or stream look like it is more or less always running, or does it look like it might be a seasonal stream or something of that nature?
Good question. Why don't you... Oh, wait, you're trained Outlander. You're trained in nature?
Yep. Or I'm not trained in nature, but I am in survival.
Survival. You're an Outlander with two druids who are trained, or not druids, two rangers who are trained in nature. Between the three of you, you can come to the conclusion that this is probably a seasonal stream. Just by the way that it can run so low. With rainfall or something coming down from the mountains, it can run heavy or thin and is likely to go away in the dead heat of summer. Awesome. So, Stone, welcome back. Sorry, we dropped you there. We have reached the party reached the conclusion to pass by the signs of Chimera and have finished their day's worth of travel. We have found the stream that you searched for your first day. Let us go ahead and finish off our... Oh, I guess, tell me what you do in the night. I almost forgot the most important part of camping. The potential of danger. What is your other than investigating the stream and telling yourselves that it is in fact more of a seasonal thing? What do you do in your first night of camping? How does that look for you?
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. I test the water. I pull out my mess kit, pull out like the small pot that is for like cooking food, and I just fill up the water and I boil it. Just in case it's fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, there is like a trickle, right? It's just not like a full stream. That's the idea.
Correct. Yeah. Where you found it, it is running. Oh, it's running low. Yeah. It is much. It is more than a trickle, but you can see where it probably terminates at some point, not too far from you.
Cool.
I assume testing the water and boiling it.
Yeah, you boil some water. It is good old-fashioned water. You think it comes down from the mountains. It probably runs off the mists to your south.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, these are D10s. There we go.
If the horses are going to have any issue drinking from, like, if it's running too low for the horses or for us to gather any water, I'll see if I can get some help trying to find some rocks and try and do it like a little mini dam, so it like creates a little bit of a pool so people can collect from easier.
All right.
Right, totally. This is we do foraging stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So you set up a little bit of extra dam for the stream. It pools up nice. You boil some water off for it, and night falls. You guys have a nice little dam going. You've set up a fire, feeling good about yourselves. The watch belonging to Josaton. Yeah?
Josaton.
Josaton.
That is one pronunciation.
Okay. You are. What are you doing when you're on watch while the other three sleep? Tell me what your watch is like.
Pretty sure at first he would ask the others, like, how all right are we with using light sources and torches at night? It will definitely attract attention, but
I think
also
it's necessary for seeing stuff, because otherwise we just get killed by anything with like dark vision, right?
Yes. So near this stream, which is probably where we're camping nearby, are there like trees and whatnot?
Not so much. There are trees in the hills, but they are kind of few and far between. Mostly what grows here is juniper, which I would personally call a bush, although I have heard people say juniper tree. It grows about the size of you at like its wildest, a little bit shorter.
You heard him. It's a forest. I'm kidding.
In that case, what Josotan would do is he would pull out torches, probably like 3 or 4 torches and light them and place them like in the corners of the camp. So at the very center it's a bit dim, but it covers the most like surface area of light. And just like at like a random point, he's going to like get down like, I guess, crisscross applesauce, and every minute, or like, he's going to continuously cast the cantrip Minor Illusion to create an illusion of a small juniper tree that he will hide directly inside. There's no verbal component, so he's just constantly doing hand motions every I believe minute. I will put the spell in chat.
I like it.
1 minute, and so in that like 6 seconds of him being distracted and casting the spell, all the other rest of the moment is him looking around, keeping an eye out.
All right, you are doing your Juniper Transmutation, and partway through your watch, as you are turning yourself into a majestic juniper bush, you hear thundering behind you, low rumbling, and then soon, after a few moments, you realize those are the sounds of hooves. And they are fast approaching down the hillside in the general vicinity of your camp. What do you do?
In that case, he starts by casting Minor Illusion because it doesn't give away his position. And can the sound, it can be his voice. So in like, and how far is the sound, like these hooves? Is it like in a few moments it's going to arrive, or do we have a bit of time?
You think that this is arriving in the matter of a couple of minutes, maybe 2 to 3. But the sound they make is enough that you can hear it now.
He'll cast Minor Illusion, and in a low tone, a whisper, he'll place the sound directly next to the heads of each of his party members. This is like, and he'll say like, "Wake up! Something is coming." And that's probably what wakes everyone up.
All right.
Even though Josaton is not near you,
I love
or
that.
to be
That's
seen.
great.
You are all roused. You are all roused from slumber, and you hear the oncoming thunder of hooves along the hillside.
Yeah, kind of snort and wipe away some drool and say, what? Oh. And I will Yeah, quick question. Can you sleep in leather armor or no? Because if not, I'll just go ahead and start,
Sleeping in
him.
any armor is a bad call, even leather. You would require donning. Although I do believe leather armor is light and can be donned in a minute, so I think you might be able to get it on.
Yeah, I will quickly begin pulling my leather, jerking over myself and.
Can I assume we all wake up. That's not a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see Puck putting on their armor, and I think about it, but then I think, can I help Butcher into their armor to make it faster?
I mean, it's not going to be fast enough. Heavy armor takes forever.
I believe
you're not using medium. Okay, yeah, you're not using medium, so that is going to take a long time.
Yeah.
If I could maybe drop medium down lower, it might make sense, but I can't.
I believe that you can reduce it by size category, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think there's a rule written anything, but
okay.
It's something I hear a lot. So
having someone assist you to get into heavy armor, I think, is a thing that can speed you up. But it's not. You can tell as the hooves are coming down that this is happening faster than that's going to take.
Crap. Okay, that sucks.
You'll come to try to help me into my chainmail, and I'll say that there's no way. It's coming too fast.
Cool. I'll put on my leather then.
All right, the leather armor is donned, and as you do so, from the flickering of the torches that you've set up, you can see a herd of 13 giant goats rumbling in your direction, and they are now within your line of sight. So I'm gonna say they're 120 feet from you at the dimmest point of starlight and torches. You see these coming towards you, and they are hoofing it, so to speak.
Right.
What do you do?
This is the stampede that we are in the pass of.
Yes.
Okay, crap. We got to get out of the way.
I'm worried what they're running from.
That's
Goats
fair. That's fair.
Are not nighttime creatures normally.
But I think my priority is trying to get my horse out of the way of the path because I don't want it to get trampled.
Can I grab one of the torches that we have lit, or a log that is lit from the fire if we have one?
Mm-hmm.
I missed if we did or not. And I will try and stand adjacent to the horse or the horses, and I will try and wave the torch in front to get them to avert from either side of the horses.
Okay, you begin waving flames in the path of the stampede. That definitely sounds like something that could work. So you begin waving your torch around, trying to get them to divert. This seems like animal handling. Is this a wisdom or an intelligence version of that?
It could be intimidation
Would not matter
as well.
to either way.
It would not matter. Make me an animal handling roll with your attribute of choice.
Can I see that he's doing this and abandon what I'm doing and join in? Because I think
sure. You assist him, grabbing another torch. The two of you waving them off. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Sure. Am I going to be rolling that, or
yes?
Is,
it's your action. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
It's your action. Yeah, I'm just following.
No, you wave the flames, and it has the opposite effect. It seems like this whole herd now is coming straight for you, Puck. Everyone, the herd is just thundering upon you. You've spent a whole round waving your flames. They are now within 60 feet of you. The whole 13 giant goats racing towards you. You now can see and hear these hawks diving down and scratching the giant goats, clawing at them, pulling up pieces of their flesh. These night hunters screech out. There is a flock of them attacking the giant goats. There's about 60 feet from you in the camp, waving your torches. What do you do?
Cool.
I think.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think Butcher is trying to pull his two animals to the side and stand in front of them with his great axe ready to attack anything that comes after his animals.
Yeah, trying to get the animals out of the light as best as possible. but
Okay.
I'm a little like it's chaotic, right? Like there's goats everywhere.
Butcher, you grab your 2 animals, you get your great axe out, and you begin trying to beat back the stampede away from your animals. That is your action. Josaton, what do you do as the stampede closes in?
Running out of his... Is this like a turn or just one action?
I'm kind of round by rounding it. Like, what are you doing?
Okay. He quickly casts a spell, Expeditious Retreat,
Uh-huh.
running towards his mule, and
Uh-huh.
then using his action, begin guiding it out of the way and away from the oncoming
All right,
tide.
you try to run away with your mule. Puck, what do you do in the face of this now oncoming disaster?
Well, I see that the torch has probably just guided them to me. I will, like, underhand toss the torch one way, and I will just, like, begin running the opposite direction of the torch.
Excellent. You try to ditch the torch. Petals. No, Patala, what do you do?
Yeah, you're right. It's petals. Yeah, if I can, like, I'm having trouble visualizing the space, which does not mean I want a map. I like
Okay.
this, but I want to grab my horse. I want to make sure it's awake and able to, like, not freak out and stuff. And it's a fast horse. Basically, get distance from this,
All right.
so that
Sounds
the rocks
good.
will continue on what they're doing, and I'm somewhere else, and then I can return.
Let's resolve some actions then. Butcher, you stand your ground, your axe in your hands as you slash at the oncoming trample. Go ahead and make me a strength, intimidation, or athletics. Your choice. If you're trying to just make sure roar and slash of steel to keep them away, or if you're actually just trying to push and claw and kill these creatures so they don't overrun you.
I don't suppose I could talk you into strength animal handling because I'm trying to keep my horses out of it, first and foremost.
You know, I think that this is reasonable. You're trying to animal handling a stampede of giant goats as they're being goaded on by bloodthirsty hawks. Go ahead and make me a strength animal handling roll. 14.
So add 4 to that. So it's 18.
Add 4 is 18. An 18 is a success. As the goats come, you push them back with your brute strength, knocking a giant goat down, its legs just churning. You chop one through with your axe. You keep your animals mostly safe as the surge rushes around you. You're going to take half of... You and your animals are going to take half of 14 damage each, so take 7 as you've successfully beaten back the stampede as it rushes past you and your animals.
Should I take average HP for my animals or roll?
Average is fine, yeah. I don't think 7 can kill a mule or a horse.
No, it doesn't kill a mule, so it can't kill a horse.
Yeah, perfect. So if you really want to roll, I say take the average is fine. Okay.
Average,
Puck, you were the next to act. Oh no, I guess you weren't, but you're the one I'm resolving next. You take the torch and you toss it away from you, trying to draw the animals to what they were fixating on, and you run the other way. Sounds like deception to me. I want from you a deception, either wisdom or intelligence, because that was tricky. Either one of those is your highest. I will take.
Don't worry, all wisdom and charisma all roll the exact same. So
Okay.
deception charisma is fine with me.
All right.
11.
Ooh, an 11. You try to get them away and to like follow this torch, but it's too late. They are already fixated on their path. They are already running towards you. You try to get out of the way to the best of your ability, but you are caught in the stampede, and you will take a full 13 points of damage as you are bustled and bashed and knocked about by this stampede of giant goats.
Are you
Excellent.
sure? Are you sure I can't convince you to just deal 12 damage so I can have 1 HP and not 0?
The dice said 13. Down you go, my friend. Oh no! You've been trampled by goats. Josaton, you grabbed your horse You cast Expeditious Retreat, and you tried to get out of dodge. This seems like you're running away as fast as you can go. You're aided by your magic, though. So I think that this is a Strength or Dexterity Arcana check, as you are trying to use your magical means to improve your physical ability to get away. Go ahead and give me one of those of your choice, Strength or Dex.
Let's see if I run away from it instead of the side. It's the same roll for me, so I'll roll Arcana.
Okay.
And add 2 to this.
Add 2. Is your Strength or Dex actually higher than your normal Arcana roll?
My intelligence is 9.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, you are 22.
Sorcerers.
Your magic propels you and your horse far away, getting as fast away from this as possible. You successfully get most of the way out. Oh, and you will take half of 7. You'll take half of... You and your animal are clean and clear for the most part, only barely getting clipped by the stampede. Half of 7 damage for you and your animal. Patala,
Right.
you hoofed it, trying to just run as fast away as you can. That sounds to me like strength, acrobatics, strength, athletics.
I'm trying to. If my horse is not like awake enough to take a rider, then that would be different. But can
Are you trying to ride your
away?
horse? Yeah, you could get on your horse and ride it. That seems very reasonable.
Okay. So I'd like to do that. I don't think I have time to alter my path and try to save Puck, but I do think maybe I notice and might have time for a bonus action. Wink, wink.
We'll resolve that once the stampede goes.
Right, as long as it's outside of my range. I don't know what it is.
You're racing as far away from him as from the stampede as possible.
I'm okay with it. Just throwing it out there. Great.
Go ahead. You're on your horse. That seems like it's important. Go ahead and roll strength athletics or strength acrobatics with either yours or your horse's stats as you desire.
Oh, cool. Okay, I thought it might be an animal handling thing. That is great. Let's see. So my horse is just going to have its own stats. It's not going to have any sort of...
Yeah, do you need riding horse stats?
No, I have the stats. It's
okay,
fine.
okay.
I just mean they don't have, like, modifiers. It's just their raw strength or something.
Some creatures will have skills. They'll be listed in the stat block underneath their...
Yeah, I don't expect riding horse does it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, it'll be an unproficient.
Great. All right, great. I'll just do that. I'm going to roll my wisdom because it's the same modifier.
Okay.
And hope for the best. Nope. I'm rolling trash today.
You tried very hard to race away, but it took too much time to mount your horse, and you were unable to get away from the stampede. You will take half of... You will also take half of 13... No, you failed. You will take all of 13 bludgeoning damage to you and your animal.
All right,
and
cool. We both take 13?
Yep.
We're both down.
Oh, no! All right. The stampede passes you by, the bloodhawks continuing to screech down and eat at these animals, tear at their flesh. Do any of them stick around? No, they are much more interested in the goats than you. And the stampede leaves you behind. Puck and Patala's animal are all down and are bleeding out. Butcher and Josatan, you see this happening. What do you do?
I will pull out my healer's kit because that's
Josatan
something
is
I was
fast.
prepared for.
He grabs his horse over, runs over, while Butcher stabilizes one person. He tries to patch up the other.
Okay, Butcher, who are you stabilizing with your healer's kit?
I think it would probably be Patella. Is that the right name?
I'm Patala.
Yeah, okay.
You mean me?
Because that's the person I was talking to more, person I know more. That would just be, I think, the instinct.
All right. Butcher, you race over with your healer's kit. You are trained in healing with it?
I don't have to be trained.
You don't, but you're not trained in healing, so you can't
do it, yeah.
you can't give him the extra hit point.
Right, so I'm
okay.
just stabilizing.
Perfect. Yeah, Patala, you are stabilized by Butcher's effort with the medical kit.
Okay.
Yosutan, you are racing over to Puck then and attempting to heal Puck. Go ahead and give me a medicine. Yeah, it's medicine check by the rules. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, even with your
My
-1. You stabilize him. Both Puck and Patala will wake up in 1 hour with 1 hit point each. There's still a dying animal. Because this was sprung on you kind of out of the blue, I will give the animal death saving throws. Normally, non-player characters reach 0 and die, but I'm feeling merciful. Since it's
I appreciate the gracious offer that you're
Since
bestowing
it's
upon us.
your animal, Darcy, why don't you give me a death saving throw for the mule?
All right, let's roll a d20.
That is 1 fail. On the next round, are either of you going to heal this mule?
It's a horse.
I mean,
This
I don't
horse.
think I can necessarily just use like a regular healer's kit charge on it. I don't know if it's really set up for that.
I think with the healer's kit, I would give you an opportunity to make the roll. Right, you have the resources to like try to help an animal, but this is different. This is different than a human being. I think you would need to make a like proper medicine check to make it happen.
Can I argue animal handling would be appropriate here?
I think animal handling doesn't really work here because you're not trying to like make an animal do something. You're trying to like heal flesh and blood, right? Which I think
All
is
right,
the
that's fine.
skill. Yeah.
Yep. All right, I will go ahead and make an attempt with my medicine skill and I guess expending a use of my healer's kit.
I appreciate it.
Do medicine.
Just saying, you had a chance to get down to that full day of water.
That 10 is a success. The horse is stable. It managed to not take any serious broken legs or terrifying injuries that render it unusable. It will recover in 2 hours with 1 hit point.
Joseton looks over to Butcher like, okay, that was something.
Butcher will take a second and catch his breath and use his second wind, recovering all of the HP he lost.
Nice.
Well,
I guess we stay camped then. Wait for them to
yeah.
wake up.
It's still your watch, so you can let them know they're all right when they wake up.
I'd like to think that one of them is
this
next
raises-
on watch, so they like wake up from unconsciousness, and they're like, "You watch now."
Yeah, I was about to ask, has either of our watches already passed, or could I just like do one of us have to take a watch?
There's only one encounter at the night, so whether you take a watch or not, the night will resolve peacefully.
Cool.
Excellent. So, after that scary encounter, we have reached the end of the night. So, let us go ahead and do our end of day roundup. I think I've already moved you on the map. I'll take care of that. If not, I will want all of you to make foraging rolls for me. You moved at a medium pace, so these rolls will be at disadvantage. Though you have traveled mostly through the farmlands and plains surrounding Farfield Keep today, so your DC will be 10.
Okay.
I love negative numbers.
Now I roll well.
Nice.
Does the Wanderer trait from the Outlander give me a bonus here? 'Cause it mentions
No. With the feature change
that's
I
just for
created,
navigation now.
It's just for navigation.
Just for navigation.
Yeah.
Right. This is survival.
This is for food, right? Because
This
we're
is
right
for
next to
I get to
foraging.
reroll that. My lucky as a halfling lets me reroll that one.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you rolled a 1?
Oh my gosh.
Did you roll to sell?
There's another one.
I seem to be
No,
lagging
there's just-
behind.
I rolled to GM by accident.
Oh, you
Oh,
rolled
I
the
rolled a
GM. That's why
21.
it's not showing up on stream roll.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You
So I
natural
rolled
one
a 21
twice.
and then 2 ones.
So,
Awesome.
yeah, 2 1s as a lucky halfling. You'll
So,
love to see it.
canonically, you are resting next to a stream, so your water is all filled and no worries there. Butcher, you successfully managed to forage, so you found not only
No,
rations.
I did not.
Oh,
got a
I'm sorry.
6.
You got a 6. My brain fell apart. You did not. You will need 2 pounds of food and feed for your horses. Patala was the one who managed to successfully navigate or forage. You have successfully found food, and your pack animals will have had an opportunity to graze and eat throughout the day successfully. The rest of you will need to mark 2 pounds of food for yourselves and the appropriate amount of feed for a day, which I believe is 10 pounds. I don't remember off the top of my head, for your animals. We can look that up if there's a question.
Cool.
Or pounds of food, it's like 2 rations in that case.
1 ration is a 2 pound. There's 2 pounds of food for 1 ration. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Awesome. So it takes care of that part. You have completed a night's rest, even though it was a terrifying night's rest. You can all spend any number of hit dice left in your pool to regain HP, and you regain any class features and spell slots associated with a long rest per the player's handbook. After all of that is done, you can then recover 1/2 of your total pool rounded up of hit dice to use in the next day.
Is there any way to heal a horse? Just
The
I
horse.
can't think of anything.
The horse will have.
It has no hit dice, or yeah.
Well, it does have hit dice, right? You have to roll horse hit dice. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but there's an average, but then there's also a roll here.
Right, sure.
Yeah,
but,
so
like,
they
that's not
have
necessarily a
2
mechanic
hit dice.
baseline.
They have 2 hit dice, and there would be d10s plus 1.
Yeah, is that something that you want to do, or is it just like
If you would like
have
to
heal
track,
some other way?
if you would like to track your natural riding horse healing, then let's. They have 2 hit dice in their pool, and they are d10s each.
You don't even have to
Awesome.
roll, because
That's-
minimum roll heals the full.
All right.
Okay. I mean, yeah, if you'll allow that,
Yeah,
I
they-
would love to take that and let them spend one.
That's fine.
That's legal.
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
fine.
Sweet. I'll do that.
I don't mind. They can have natural healing if the players can have natural healing. Why not?
That is rad, and I love it. Okay, so I have a D10 hit die, which I will roll for 9 hit points. Thank you very much. Puts me at 10. Basically fully healed. It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
I'm at like half, but I don't intend getting into melee anyway, so I'm fine.
And my horse is...
As is
D10
any of
plus
us.
1.
I mean, we've got. All right, I've got a mace and a dagger. I can get into melee if Butcher needs help, but
All right.
we'll see
do
how
have
it
a dagger.
happens.
So the night's rest is taken care of. You have traveled eastward and found the stream as you were looking to do. Are we sticking with the same navigator?
I would mention maybe we can go a little bit slower, so it's easier for us to forage here, especially given that we're not in the farmlands anymore.
Seems
We are-
reasonable.
We've barely gone into the hills, and we've encountered so much already.
Mm-hmm.
All
yeah,
right.
I don't necessarily dislike the idea of maybe seeing things a little earlier. So, yeah, we'll take a slow one.
All right. So you are going to select a slow pace for the day. What is your intended route, navigator?
I believe party consensus, remind me if I'm wrong, is to kind of scout out around the Gold Hills, so maybe something along the list line.
All right. You're going to go a little bit north and east. Okay. This sounds excellent. Go ahead and give me a navigation roll. For today, you will be traveling mostly through the... excuse me. You will be mostly traveling through the hills today, so your navigation check will be a 15 DC. But you get to roll
that's still
advantage for Outlander and slow pace.
It's not possible to work together for advantage on these, right?
No.
It's just like not allowed.
No,
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
This is my own custom rule set. Yeah, it's doing its own thing. But the 17 is very successful. Despite the strange nature of the hills, you are able to find a good path through them, keeping yourself to valleys and smaller hills, keeping your animals, now wounded to some extent, in mind, and making your way through. I'm going to go ahead and roll for encounters again today. As I do so, why don't you tell me what it's like as you set out in the morning on your second day through the hills? How's the party, and what are they doing as they travel?
I kind of just in the morning wake up just rubbing like a big old knot I have on the back of my head, just grueling about me already being small, and then large goats on top of that. Just he's not in a very good mood.
Supposed to tell him is having a hard time going through the hills specifically, but he's still like in like a happy mood, like, oh yeah, we all got through this together so far.
Very good.
Butcher is a little bit worried about his ranger friends just getting trampled by goats, you know? Like, these people are supposed to know more about this stuff than I do. What's going on there?
What's going on there, guys?
What can I say other than the fact I don't like animals all that much? I'm just a guide.
All right. So, as you are traveling through, you are reaching about midday as the sun is high and hot overhead in the early spring, and it is Yosaton who notices in your path as excuse me, Puck is leading you kind of around some particularly dense juniper and trying to find a good path for your pack animals. You see 4 large dog-like gnolls with long spears standing in a protective semicircle near the base of a nearby hill. They are crouched low and guarded and seemingly on high alert. You notice them before they notice you, but you notice that your party and theirs are both in like kind of a straight line of sight. It will probably be some quick amount of time before you are noticed. What do you do?
He quickly grabs his mule, starts pulling to the side, directly outside, like to the side. There's something there. Knolls. Just like trying to quickly usher his party out of view.
Great, yeah, I mean, I'll follow suit. I'm less inclined to tempt fate today than I was yesterday.
Okay, the party quickly ducks and tries to get out of view behind this thick brush of juniper. Yosaton, why don't you go ahead and give me a stealth... Dexterity probably makes the most sense. Is there a better attribute to go along with this particular stealth check, do you think?
No.
All right, go ahead and give me a stealth dex check at advantage as your party is all assisting you to make this happen. As you quickly duck out of sight.
Advantage, okay. Advantage roll. 16.
All right. You all duck down, getting a nice, putting your horses and your mules like in a crouched position, trying to shush them and quiet them. You duck down behind this particularly large batch of juniper in kind of a lolling hill, and you watch. And you see that these 4 gnolls don't notice you. They're alert and they keep their eyes out, but you have ducked down and avoided their notice for now. After a little while, you see that they are in fact guarding a small opening in the hills near you. It is probably about the size of half a man. Like, these gnolls would have to crawl in order to get inside of it. And sure enough, after some period of time, a gnoll makes its way out of it, and they begin whispering to themselves in hushed tones, while still trying to keep a good wary eye out with their spears drawn. What do you all do as you see this?
Is it possible to listen really hard, like an old school rogue or something?
Do you speak Gnoll?
No, but
No.
you know, like if they're speaking Knoll or not, that's something that's important.
You listen, and you can hear their hushed whispering and this like guttural, almost half barking sound, and it does remind you of what you would at least think Knoll sounds like.
Cool, good.
Is this a den? Saying like hushed in a hushed tone.
I don't know. It looks like a good hiding spot, to be honest. Like if we cleared something like that out, like
Can you,
no one would find that in the night.
Yosa-san, can you? Last night you spoke to us from a distance. Can you do that with them?
Yes. Let me check the range of this.
I think it's 30
Yes, I
feet.
could. I could do it a fair 30 feet away. Make a sound of varying types, or a visual object.
I personally haven't had too much interaction with gnolls. Do you think? I mean, I assume they'd be hostile, right? Talking to him doesn't seem like a great idea.
Inherently, they
Not face to
are.
face.
And we found them. They didn't like sprung an ambush upon us or anything like that. I think we got quite fortunate in finding what could be their den.
Well, I mean, this was kind of the reason why you all wanted to set out. I don't mind clearing out a den.
Well,
I just don't know how many there are.
I mean, we have the four, well, now five at the top.
Where
There
there's
could be many
five, there's
more.
a dozen.
well, we don't know, right? It could be that wherever they're searching isn't a den. We that's a big assumption. I would think.
If we
You'd
feel
think you
comfortable here-
have a more comfortable entrance maybe for a den, but it does seem like a safe place at least.
That could be a den of a larger animal that they're probably hunting, maybe.
Could I see, like, just like from the distance that we have, does the entrance into the hill look more like it was dug with? I guess they're part dogs, so they do have claws. Does it look more like intelligently dug, like there's some structure to it instead of just like a low lying, they would have to crouch into it kind of den hole?
Looks more like the
Like maybe
second.
a different
it looks
size?
like it's it doesn't look sized for gnolls very specifically, and it doesn't give you. I mean, it's kind of hard to see as they've like kind of ringed around it, and there's some vegetation between you and the hole. But it does see. It gives you the feel of a natural kind of opening in the hillside, and less of a like thing dug out by humanoid creatures.
Okay. Would this match like the large badgers that we saw just a day ago?
Giant badgers are. I have to remind myself the size of them. Let me see. Giant
Big.
badger.
Medium. They're only
They're
medium,
like-
I believe.
They're like halfling size.
Yes, this is a little larger than a giant badger, but you could definitely see something the size of a giant badger fitting in this comfortably. Like this could very well be a giant badger den by just size alone.
So they could
Yeah.
just be a hunting party then.
If we feel comfortable waiting here, I would really like to observe what they do over a longer period of time before we take any action.
Okay.
Sure.
At the end, do we let them go though?
I
Because
guess we'll find out.
I'm just worried if we let them go and they encounter us instead of we encounter them. In that sense,
Hmm.
we spotted those Peritons in time. I fear if something happens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay either way. If you guys want to try to get the drop on them, or if you want to let them go.
Well, I mean, eventually we have to come back kind of this way anyway, so it's the risk on whether or not we want to possibly alert some more gnolls. There's people around here, or do we think that this might be coming to bite us in the ass, and we might run into the same gnolls?
If there's more gnolls, it's probably at their den, maybe. And if they learn of us, maybe, because we are carrying horses, that would be a meal to them.
Greg, can I ask you like what I already know about gnolls? Can I make a check on this? Because I know sometimes they're just natural creatures, and sometimes they're like demon spawn. So
I think what you know is the same as most everyone, unless you've like specifically, excuse me, encountered them in your backstory somewhere before, as that like they count in this world as goblinoids. Goblins, kobolds, orcs, gnolls, all of these creatures came from beyond the mist sometime in the future, in the long past. And a generation or more ago, these creatures were driven out of the lands of men and elves and dwarves to the south, back beyond their mist to the
so they're scarcely encountered where we're from.
Not these days. Back a generation before you would have fought with them, they would have been mortal enemies of yours. But since the good king drove them out, it has been a generation of relative peace with the land below.
Great. So I'm extra interested in observing them, just like from a purely like observational standpoint, right? I want to like, let's see what they do. How do they interact with each other? Like I saw that they're speaking. Is that purely, I can't tell what they're saying, but I can maybe make some assumptions from a, like an academic sense. So that's what I'm like.
They definitely seem to be whispering to each other. They're definitely communicating something. They're definitely on guard and alert, and they seem to be taking like kind of direction from this one that has crawled out of the hole, and it looks very similar to the rest of them in stature and size and dress, but it seems to have a clear kind of like leadership of this circle of gnolls. After
so I've like pulled out my paper and I'm taking notes with like ink, and I'm trying to see like, okay, so we're seeing this like command structure that seems very like reminiscent of actual like organized military is what I would be used to. It's not that different, and I'm also trying to like pick up on any of the like the moments when a guard isn't a guard. You know what I mean? Like most guards aren't 100% all the time. They hang out and chat with each other, and like I'm trying to like find those moments too and see like how personable are gnolls truly.
There's not much opportunity to find the personability of them, because after a few moments of study and debating amongst yourselves of what you should do next, the gnolls begin to like take these large stones that were kind of flat on the ground and prop them up and begin dragging juniper bushes over the top of them, kind of covering up this hole in the side of the hill. And after a few moments, unless you were knowing what to look for or had a very keen eye, it'd be very hard to tell the difference between just the regular hillside and this kind of pile of juniper brush and rock. And after this is finished, the now 5 gnolls pick up their spears and begin making their way south, away from the hill and away from you, leaving you all hidden behind your juniper and this place behind.
As they begin walking away, I just sort of look to the others with a raised eyebrow as I've got my crossbow bolt loaded in my crossbow.
They're hiding something.
We just want to check out what they're hiding after they leave.
Oh, that sounds excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely have an arrow knocked ready if that's the...
Ooh, you have gone very robo on us there, Puck. What was that?
Oh. Sorry, that is probably just the internet being weird again. I was saying I do have an arrow knocked just in case if that's the signal you're giving.
Okay.
I don't raise up my crossbow if nobody else gives a mark to do so.
Let's give them like a good 5 minutes.
Okay.
Before we get closer.
You give them 5 minutes.
Should probably be on lookout as well if we do want to investigate further. Yosatin, that magic would probably be useful for such things.
Do you want me to make a sound and see if anything responds in case we're alone?
Oh, I just meant if we went to investigate and they come back while we're in there.
While we're inside, it can be useful, yes. I would have to see the interior first before I can really find a good illusion. Or I can make a sound of a wild animal that got in.
Oh, I just meant to let us know that they were coming back, but that sounds interesting too.
I can that can work as well. So I'm not the best at hiding myself. And we got
You did
lots
a
of
great
ghosts.
job last night.
Yes, thank you.
I like the idea of Yosfat just like continuously becoming a juniper bush. Just that's his go-to hiding. All right, 5 minutes pass. The gnolls have left, and nothing else comes to bother you. It is just the four of you hiding out here next to this makeshift hiding spot where the gnolls have left.
Shall one of us go up?
Sure. I'm pretty confident in my sneaking skills. If you want me to.
I mean, I don't think it's
Do
going to
that.
be stealthy moving away all this rock and stuff that's there. I think we just have to do it in the end.
Yeah.
If you want to sneak up and try to get a better vantage, see if they're really gone, that might be useful. But in the end, we're going to just be there.
Oh, if we're gonna make a whole bunch of noise, there's no point. I'll just stay here and keep the high ground.
All right. Puck stays in the juniper and hides. The rest of you go to push aside the rocks and juniper over this little hole.
Butcher will go forward to do it for sure.
I'll also join.
All right.
I'm less physically strong, but there might be some form of like smart process.
It's just a matter of doing it. It's just, there's
Cool.
not a trick here. You know what to look for. You saw them place this disguise basically. If you had stumbled upon it without the gnolls showing it to you, it might not have registered. But you know where it is. It's just a matter of pulling aside the brush and stones, which you do so. You peer inside this small hole, about half your size. For the knoll's larger than you, so it's an easier fit, but you're still gonna have to kind of crawl down into it a little bit. Maybe like hands and knees, but comfortably so. The interior of it is pitch black and dark inside. As you peer in, you can only see a handful of feet from the sunlight. It is noon, so you're not getting like a good angle down into the bottom of this hill. You only see 3 or 4 feet of kind of tunnel going inside. It seems to be made of just the dirt of this hill. It doesn't appear to be stonework or crafted. It's just this kind of hollowed out piece of the hill that extends in some unknown distance. What do you do?
Butcher would offer to go in, given that he can nominally see in the dark a little bit, and the fact that we could also just have a light or torch. I don't know.
Patala will cup her hands and blow into them, and a flame will appear in her palm.
All right.
Point of rules clarification: she has magic initiate druid. That's for her backstory.
Perfect. So you cup a flame in your palm. It flickers some light ahead, and with the dark sight and the flame, you two can crawl in. The little tunnel only goes some handful of feet, probably 8 to 10 at most, before widening it out into kind of like a burrow. You can't quite fully stand in it, but you no longer need to be on full hands and knees. In this burrow, there are many kind of things scattered about. It seems to be largely bones and fabrics. There's some trinkets and metals. Why don't you give me an investigation check? There's 2 of you. I assume that you're helping each other. Whoever has the highest investigation, go ahead and roll at advantage, and let's see what all that you can find sifting through just the kind of junk.
+1.
I'm just going to 2.
Okay.
All right, you got it.
Great. 10.
All right, you sift through.
Pretty good for me so far today.
You sift through the bones and the metals and the feathers, and there's piles of it around here. And between all of it, you manage to find 57 GP worth of valuables, small stones, some coins, some just like valuable trinkets that you can resell at town. But little else of value is found in that. In the center of this, kind of piles around the burrow, there is what appears to be a stone, almost altar, is completely circular around, and you can see stains of blood on the surface of this stone altar. It is fresh and sticky, and you think probably very recent as, I don't know, a few minutes ago. Around the altar, you can see what appears to be very intricately carved droplets of blood. There are 7 of them in like a circle around the edge of the altar, while the top is flat and clean. Lying on top of the altar is a twisted black dagger. The blade is, even you can tell in the flickering light of the fire, is dark jet black like night. The handle is also wrapped in dark leather and has seen a good bit of use, and it lies flat on this altar next to the fresh blood stain.
Is there an obvious like corpse that was recently stabbed here or anything like that?
Beyond the blood that is on the altar, there's no recent and obvious corpse.
Right, so it either was just bled and then removed, or was like disappeared, or was like one of the nulls or something. Interesting. Okay. Butcher, unless you have a specific need for treasure, I think it might be more interesting to leave what we have found, to not disturb the area, since they're clearly going to be coming back.
I know there's some in our party that are eager to, make a little bit of coin. So I don't know that's.
Just rather not disturb the local populations. Patella is like just completely enamored by this like altar and this blade, and like wants to like pour over it, and like not in like a I need to find out what this does and like what dark powers I can like worship, but like I would like to take rubbings, I would like to take notes, right? It's just purely academic, right?
Wait, you don't want dark powers? What kind of PC are you?
I mean, you know what, she's gonna still do that, but that's not the first thing.
Right.
Let me look at my my flaw here on my sheet. Choice between protecting my allies and gaining knowledge. I'll take knowledge every time. Yeah,
Nice.
that. Yeah,
Nice.
that one.
A better way to learn an experiment.
That's right. So she's starting just by like, okay, what are these symbols? Do they have any connection to anything I've seen before? If not, I'm going to write them down and put them in my notes so I can like write it.
You will
as much
note
information as I
that
can on the local nobles population.
some of the coins that you have found amongst the junk here do contain imprintings of the drop of blood that you've seen around this altar. These are the oldest of the coins, and they are of a mint and of a make that you are unfamiliar with. But they do appear to be gold, and you have seen coins like this brought back to the tavern and spent.
I have a weird question, which is, what makes me think that they're drops of blood?
Because the DM said so. Have you?
Cool. I think that's
seen
fine. I think that's super fine. I mean, I think it makes sense to connect them.
You could consider them raindrops, I suppose. Right? They're the stylized droplet.
I wasn't sure if they were colored or something.
It's printed in gold and on stone, and rather than saying there's this droplet shape, I have decided to name them all as blood drops. But
I'm okay with that. I just wanted to know if there was anything additional that I
beyond that.
Cool.
No,
that's great.
Yeah,
that's awesome. There's no other symbology on this altar. There's nothing on like that.
No.
I mean that was an investigation check, but there's no religion check I can make here. Cool,
no, there's no additional symbology to the altar. Just the 7 drops of blood in the circle around the outside of it.
Okay, I'm mostly just making notes here. Butcher, if you have anything you want to do during this scene, please go ahead.
I'm just gathering up all these valuable trinkets to haul them back out because I know there's people in our party that's going to be interested in having a few extra gold pieces.
Absolutely.
Actually, Greg, the knife. Is there any interesting symbology in the knife?
No.
No, okay.
The most interesting thing about it is that the blade is twisted. It doesn't have a nice flat like cutting edge. It is one piece of metal, but it twists in like a near corkscrew. And the blade itself is like even in this dark space, even with just the flickering of the flame in your hand, you can just tell that the blade itself is black as night, just jet black. It almost drinks in the light from the fire.
I'm not a metallurgist, but can I try and identify the material?
Sure. I think that's going to be less of a like, as not being a metallurgist, right? I think it's going to be a case of like, have you seen this metal before or not, sure. Right? And
I'm happy you making that decision if you want to.
Yeah, I'm happy to let you roll if you would like, but I think ultimately what it comes down to is this is not obsidian. And this is not like your generic like steel, bronze things that you've seen.
Those are
before.
Important answers. I'm happy with that.
It seems to be
neither obsidian nor steel.
Some other kind of black cutting edge or metal.
So just because I think Patella might be interested in some more information on stuff like this, I'm going to take a quick look at the altar, and I'm going to use my stone cutting. Rachel feature and try to get an idea of like the techniques used to craft this altar. Are they like really ancient techniques, or are they like more modern? What's going on with all of that?
The techniques remind you of like very ancient works from like times long past. You see the like marks of tools as a dwarf with stone cunning that are better now, right? Like you see these grooves and you see the like kind of like angles that they're using to like carve out these features, and you're like, this is primitive work. I could do this better. And you are also quite certain that no dwarf made this. Dwarves are much, much more masters of their craft. And this had to be done by someone with a lesser talent.
I'll hand all of that information off to the ranger.
Thank you. Makes me wonder if it was here before the Nulls or if they made it. Either could be possible.
Hard to know. Maybe if we find somebody that can talk to him.
So we're getting this moment where Patala is pausing and obviously considering something, and we see her like looking down at like the sleeve of her jacket and like, do I do this? Like, there's a knife there and I've got an arm. And it's that like, I don't know, does Butcher react at all seeing this like clear, indecisive moment from Patala?
I think at least in the first instant of that, Butcher wouldn't react. Not really. I don't think understanding what Patella's contemplating.
Cool. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pick up this knife.
Okay.
It's actually. It's blood. I can't figure anything but blood. It's blood. Okay.
You pick up the knife and hold it in your hand, and you feel a coolness race through your fingers. Holding this dagger.
Held it before. Good.
Holding this dagger feels cold. Not cold like, oh, it's gonna burn, like I'm holding ice, but like cold, like it's absorbing the heat from your hand, leaving it colder, leaving it less warm than it normally would be. As this happens, you have killed nothing during this campaign. Please roll me a wisdom saving throw, and do so at advantage.
22.
All right. This sensation is fleeting and passes by.
Well, interesting. Like, how much of that do I like notice? Right, like I notice that there's something or not.
Oh, you definitely feel the cool touch of the dagger.
Right.
It's
So it just feels like
drawing
cold
the
metal?
heat from your hand. It is much more than holding a cold metal in your hand. There is something beyond that. And then it passes, and you are left holding this dagger.
I pause before I do anything because I'm not sure what to make of this.
Oh, I almost...
think I pass it to Butcher and see, like, can you make anything else out of this? Your observations on the stone were, on the altar itself, were spot on.
All right.
I've like flipped it around to like hold the blade to hold out the hilt. The handle.
I guess I will grab hold of it.
All right. You have slain creatures beyond the mist in your previous session, so please make me a wisdom saving throw, just regularly, no advantage. A 15. You feel the same sensation I described before, coldness of the steel, unnatural in your hand, drawing in the ambient heat of your body. But after a moment, it too passes, and you're now holding the dagger.
It's cold like winter. What is... That was strange, but it seemed to go away as I held it.
That too. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? And I like put my hand out for the knife, and if you give it to me, I'm going to make an incision on my arm and bleed onto this altar. See what happens. Probably nothing, but I'll do it.
All right, you make an incision on your arm with the knife. The knife drinks greedily of your blood. You
so it
went
doesn't
to
pour
make
onto the altar.
you went to make a small incision, and it draws far more than you anticipated it drawing. In fact, so much so that it would even cost you a point of HP. The gash is deep and dark, and blood flows upon the altar. But the altar itself does not react merely to blood falling upon it.
Cool.
Well, this item is clearly magical, but I'm not sure it's the good kind of magical.
Yes. Well, I guess that's the question. Do we leave it here in expectation that if the Gnolls see it missing, they're certainly going to do, I don't know, something? Or do we... I mean, we're already taking their other treasures, right?
Yeah.
I'll hold on to this.
Okay.
Cool. I have a cool dagger.
And I think we head back out.
Excellent. You head back out, returning the way you came. Josaton and Puck, nothing molested you or was particularly out of the normal while the two of them were investigating. It really didn't take that long for them to investigate, really only a handful of minutes. And they return carrying some trinkets in their hands of some value and a cool dagger.
Yeah. Just probably like a minute or two after they like went in there, I'm like,
So how do you pronounce your name?
Josotan, or Josotan. It has multiple pronunciations due to varying meanings. It is a part of my tongue.
If I mispronounce your name, I'm not gonna like insult you or call you like a jackass by accident in whatever language you speak.
No, you can mispronounce it in a variety of different ways. All the names would represent me in that regard, so feel free.
Would it be an insult to call you Tony? Or like just like Josh? You know what? I'll just give it a try. Pardon if my mispronunciation is like insulting your mother or something.
He just gives her with a smile on his face. Just letting that be his answer.
All right.
yeah.
Nice. Good scene.
They're spending quite a bit of time down there.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Patella is writing more notes. So, well, speak of the devils.
I'll just like give them like a small
Yeah.
wave as they crawl out of the hole.
You found
Well,
something?
anything
There's-
spooky?
There's
Anything
some
dead?
kind of sacrificial altar down there. Seemed to be possibly ancient.
Yeah, and this dagger.
When
The
you
dagger
bring
and
it
the
out
altar?
into the sunlight, actually, it might be important to note that it is indeed pitch black. And, like, where the dagger is, like, almost as if it's in shade. It, like, drinks the sunlight in the area around it.
Nice.
Yeah, that. I'm not gonna lie, is a little creepy as hell.
That's a fanciful item you got there, and an altar?
Yes, quite fascinating. I'm not entirely sure the cultural significance yet, but well, things take time.
Is this like a is this altar like a physical thing? Was it?
Made of stone? Where was the stone local? Do you know? I was asking Butcher.
Yeah.
Cool.
What was the size of the altar? Just wondering.
Yeah,
Is
could
it like
that
raise
have,
the finger?
that altar have been brought in by normal means through the entrance?
Yes, it could have been brought there. Although there was no. I guess it's old enough. Who knows? There was no
It's
sign
an
of it
IKEA
having
altar.
been
It was
brought
assembled
there.
inside.
It was not. It was not assembled inside. It was carved
Okay,
from
good.
stone, but there was no stone in that hill. Right? It was just this kind of burrowed out ground, and the only stonework in there was this single stone altar. So I guess you could presume that it was brought there at some point, but there was no signs of it having been brought there anytime recently.
Right.
And just to be a little bit more clear on how tall that room is, Butcher is only 4'3". Could he stand up in that room in there?
Oh, I suppose you could have stood. Yeah, I forget the dwarves are like kind of small.
Yeah, they're like pseudo small.
Yeah, you would have fit. Although like there's probably like areas in there where you accidentally bump your head. Oh, you're a dwarf. You never bump your head, but like you. Oh, okay. Do that little dance.
So,
Okay,
Joe-
so it looks like it's sized for something even smaller than Butcher.
Yes. Although not a great deal smaller than you.
Yeah, like halfling size, minus the fact I'm never sleeping in there because that is creepy as hell.
question, and he asked this to his like party members. Can that altar be picked up?
I mean, it's a stone altar. It's going to be an ordeal for sure to pick it up. It's,
It wasn't
not
built
gonna
into
be
the
long.
ground, if that's what you mean.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Is it possible we could take it with us?
Again, it's a stone altar. That's going to be incredibly heavy.
Ah. Well, we're taking that dagger, however, and he like looks at the weird shadow nonsense, however that is. Just wondering if we could double down in that sense.
You make a very good point. It's a shame to break apart the pair.
I don't think that is a good point. All this is very terrifying to me.
Well, I've taken some rubbings at least. Some rubbings.
Yeah, I didn't want to. Oh God, that's.
Yeah, I'll just kind of like scoot away a little bit as she starts like poring over all this like slightly occult stuff, and I'm like he's like fairly obviously superstitious about this kind of stuff, and he just feels uncomfortable around it.
After having stared at that dagger, like Josaton spends like a few more moments to look at it. Can I try something with that real quick?
Be my guest. I'll flip it around.
He doesn't even touch it. He just waves his fingers and he casts a spell.
All right, what do you cast?
Light.
Interesting.
The light spell works. The dagger itself begins emitting light in a radius. All right, but what you will notice is that while it's a bright light in the immediate aura around the dagger, not far, not like 5 feet of aura, but just right around the blade, the light spell only produces a very dim light, and then like as it gets farther from the blade, it becomes this aura of bright light as you would expect to see from the light spell.
So I have a great use for this dagger. when you're out in the sun, you just like put it over your forehead and you just like you have sunglasses.
Not always at sunglasses, but you know, it's cool to the touch. It'll keep you nice and cool in the summers when it's like 100 degrees. Whew.
Oh
No,
yeah,
but
we're
I'm
gonna
not
study this
touching that.
metal. We're gonna make some of the best whiskey stones ever.
Nope, not touching it.
Its own miniature area of darkness. Fascinating.
Terrifying.
That too, if depending on the perspective on things. What a find nonetheless. Wonderful.
Mm-hmm. And so much we could learn from it. I mean, I assume.
All right.
I do not get that. It must serve a purpose.
So, you have all had a chance to really thoroughly investigate the Knoll encampment. What's the plan? Anything else that you're burning to do here, or are we moving on?
How far into the Gold Hills have we gotten, by the way? Are we even in the Gold Hills yet? Or are we
You
still
are the entire. So I think there's a misconception about the mapping a little bit. The region of this like hilly area, like as soon as you leave the farmlands into the hills, you are in the Gold Hills. The Gold Hills are the region.
It's all hills.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like from all the way down here, kind of like encompassing this whole area is like Gold Hills.
More or less. Yeah. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's essentially the idea, right? So yeah, the Gold Hills aren't like a specific place as much as it is this region that you are exploring.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I mean, I say we just keep heading on the direction we were heading because that's sort of obtuse from where the southerly direction that the Knolls were heading. So
Agreed.
These
While-
are
while-
hills. Sorry, go ahead.
While I was kind of up and about on top side while they were searching down there, I would like to have given like a good, just quick look around, like observing the area.
Sure.
Do I happen to see any like large red trees or anything like that? Thinking back to that job board.
Yes. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm great at these, just like every other thing. It's +1. Oh, perception is +3.
Hey, look at
Yeah.
that. There you go. See? Not so bad.
Oh.
A 20. You do not see a tall red hill.
Or a red tree.
Excuse me, a tall red willow anywhere on these hills. Which you do see, you've managed to kind of climb up on top of a hill here and have a good look around. To the south, you see the Misty Mountains rise up high and tall and covered in their perpetual state of mist. And down below them, you see that the hills kind of run right up to the edge of them. The mountains actually kind of come to like a point into the Gold Hills some. The hills wrap around this little point to some extent. And on the track you're getting very close to where the Misty Mountains will meet the edge of the Gold Hills before retracting back. As you continue looking on, you've gone... Hold on, I need to get my hex map out and see if you can see... So line of sight on a hill will give you this many hexes... So you see, in the distance to the north of where you are.
And like roughly whereabouts on like
That
generally
is
in the
that
Gold
is up
Hills?
to you to figure out, my
Alright.
friend.
Fair enough.
The hex map is for me, and for everyone else, map it as best as you can. You find I'm gonna edit this so I make sure I'm seeing it in the right place. So to the north of where you are, oh no, I've got this backwards. My brain fell apart. To the east of where you are by 2, so about 12 miles or so at the edge of your vision, you see rising out of the hills and silhouetted against the noonday sun, a blinking kind of shimmer, high in the air, that reminds you of the glint of gold. It might not have been easy to find. as far away as you are, but the noon sun seems to hit it just right. And with your 20 perception, there's clearly something rising up, silhouetted in the sky from a tall hill, and at the top of it, you get this glint and glimmer of gold, some many, many miles away.
And about if I had to give like a rough estimate, like
You think-
to how fast we travel into the hills.
At a
per day?
slow pace, you travel about 18 miles. At a medium pace, you travel about 24. The hills themselves are kind of difficult to manage, and so if you navigate very well, it's easier, but it's possible to be slowed down in the hills.
Yeah, I'll after we've had this conversation about the dagger, I'll mention the fact that I did spot something off to the east. I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but probably within reach of the day's travel if you want to head that way.
Oh, very
Something
good.
of interest.
Don't have any specific destination. Sounds excellent.
Sure.
There's no other landmarks in the area around us that you could spot.
Well, that's pretty much the only thing I saw while you guys were down there.
I can't make my text any smaller on the map, so if we want to have someone write like slightly smaller than like big print,
Let's see. You go to your text, and then you change the size before you start typing.
yeah, even after doing that, it just decides that it's gonna like post it at like 22. So
I think you might have to like click out before you actually start typing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, yeah, I'm super not confident about where things are on this map because we don't have a scale. So it's anyone's guess.
That is part of the point.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah,
it's probably a little bit farther if I had to make a guess. I don't know.
I'll put it right here.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Yeah, I think this is actually accurate, roughly, for this.
Mm-hmm. Thereabouts. So yeah,
Shall I begin leading the way then?
All right.
I hate to ask this of you, but whoever has the dagger, can you stay on the opposite side of the group from me?
good idea. We can keep a lookout on either end.
Yeah, I just don't want to get cursed by whatever that is.
I'll just kind of point at it.
Miss Underground, I still have the dagger, right? You just like did the light thing, but
Yeah, he never touched it. He just cast
Great,
a spell on it.
Great, beautiful, excellent.
All right.
Sure.
Cool.
You begin making your way, still going kind of northeasterly, but mostly east. Was the call? All right.
Yeah, towards that glint.
Oh, we're gonna follow the glint. Perfect. So you continue your march for the day. We've actually been playing for almost 2 hours. I think this might be the perfect time to take a break after that long role play. So let's go ahead and come back, and we will continue our exploration on the other side. We'll take about 5 minutes to grab a bathroom or something along the way. So we will be right back. Live. And we are back for more Land Beyond the Mist. Thank you, everyone. I hope you didn't miss us too much. We had just resolved an interesting encounter with some gnolls, and Puck had found some interesting glittering on the horizon and is going to push the party in that direction. So, go ahead and tell me what it's like for the party as you begin heading off eastwardly, following Puck's directions. How has the mood changed, or what is it like now after you've encountered some gnolls here in the Gold Hills?
I'm excited.
Yeah, I think that we've talked about this, like, we've developed a marching order naturally, right? Mm-hmm. Where, like, Patala and Yosotan is at the back, probably, like, trading ideas without actually trying anything because we're on the move. So we're just like, what about this? This is a thing we could try when we have a chance to rest, right? Like,
yeah.
And then Butcher and Puck at the front being like, what? They're going to get themselves killed. What are they doing?
It's less concern about you getting yourselves killed and more like, oh god, they're going to get me killed.
Well, sure.
But yeah, I will happily grumble away.
All right.
To my dwarven companion on top of his horse.
Beautiful.
And while you're grumbling, some half of the afternoon has passed. You probably only have another 3 or 4 hours left of daylight as you're making your way towards this shining. About this time, the large mountains known as the Pale Steps come into view. You're not right next to them. You're some miles south of the Pale Steps, but they are big enough that you see them. This like mountain peak rises up out of the hills, and you can see this kind of grayish cloud rolling around it. As they come into view, you hear sounds coming from the mountain as you kind of make your way through the Gold Hills. All 4 of you can hear this kind of like rhythmic, like metallic, almost sounding clang. It's low and very much on the edge of your hearing and slow, but you do hear it for at least a mile as you travel. It's almost enchanting, so much so that I want all of you to make perception checks at disadvantage as you are traveling under the shadow of the Pale Steps.
Is this coming from the Pale Steps or from the Shimmer?
They're too far away. You're miles south of them.
Okay.
You couldn't discern whether it's coming from the mountain or this like cloud that hangs around the top of it. It's coming from vaguely that direction, and it's just at the edge of your hearing. But the rhythm is enough that it kind of just sucks you into it.
A disadvantage perception?
Please.
Does this rhythmic pounding sound at all like the sounds I'd hear in a forge deep underground?
As a dwarf, yeah, it sounds like it. Very faint to the edge of your hearing, but similar. Not from, like, lots of hammers. This would sound like one, but it must be... It's so faint, it's hard to tell, but a whole crew that you've heard deep in your halls would never be this rhythmic and this perfect.
Are we like days from the Pale Steps, or are we like...
You're miles south of it, so you would not be able to get to them with the 4 hours or so remaining in your day, but
not today, but we might be able to get there tomorrow if we...
You might be able to.
A full days of travel. Okay, I'm trying to get distances, that's all. Okay, thanks.
10, 11, 8, and 14. 14, Patala, you are the only one of your party that is paying enough attention. When you notice through this kind of like haze you're walking through, birds circling your party. First wide, and they don't really get your attention. Then closer, and there are 5 great bloodhawks. They're normally more nighttime hunters, but here in the late afternoon, these bloodhawks have circled your party, and you get the distinct impression as a lover of nature, as a ranger of the forest, that your party is being hunted by these things.
Yeah, and this is the same creature we saw when the goats.
These were the same type of creature that was attacking the stampede of
exact
goats.
One. Yeah. Okay. Well, my friends are back from the other night. Well, probably not them, but you know what I mean. And they're like large circles, so they're kind of distant. Or
you saw them start as kind of like distant, and they've closed in, and now they're circling around your party about 60 feet from you.
Well, looks like they've got their mind set on us. Unless we can shake them somehow.
They?
The Bloodhawks.
Oh.
Blood what?
You might remember they were attacking the stampeding goats.
Well, yeah, I think I would ready my crossbow and get ready to shoot them.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, I'll produce flame. Sure, I pick up on what everyone else is putting down.
All right, you all begin readying attacks as the hawks begin circling the party. I'm going to go ahead and create a little battle map for us, since there's enough of these creatures that it might be beneficial just to see them. 5 in a fight is a lot, but as you prepare for combat, you can all ready an action. So tell me, as I'm setting this up, what are your readied actions?
I'm going to dip underneath one of the riding horses because I am small.
Okay. You dip underneath one of the riding horses.
I get to to the side of my mule, movement wise, so if they get near, there's a 50-50 chance it's more closer to the mule than me, so I might just attack it for a quick meal. My action is to breathe fire on them if they get close.
Yeah, what color are you actually? I don't think I've ever asked about that.
Josaton is a red dragonborn.
Very cool. I am producing flame. I'm probably more interested in being intimidating with it than actually throwing it, but if I have time, I would also prep to throw. I don't know.
All right. Here is the map that we will use for... Oh, I have to drag you to it. Here is the map that we will use for this encounter. Go ahead and position yourselves as you would like next to your riding horses. As you see these large birds circling around you, hunting, closing in upon you. And we will roll into initiative so that we have it.
I think this might be slightly wrong here. I think Butcher would be spending most of his time riding his riding horse, but would have a mule. And I think there's only 3 mules in addition to...
All right, one of them can be a riding horse. Here you go, Butcher. Have pucks.
All right.
I also can't select my token, so...
Why can you not select your token? This is irritating.
I can move mine.
I can move. Yeah, I can move Josaton and Butcher, but I can't move my own.
Stone. No, here. Easier. All players. Boom. Should be good now?
Yep, we're good.
I'll do it.
You're good. All right. Cool. So you go ahead and you are in position. Let's go ahead and roll into initiative so that we have it, and then we will begin combat.
Yeah. I think I want to say something like, focus the nearest one, maybe scare them off if one goes down fast. Oh, I need to select my token, don't I?
Selecting your token would be beneficial, but we can add it in separately. Oh, I screwed this up, huh? Why did it not clear all the... I don't know why this doesn't clear the turn order.
Yeah, there's no default clear. You gotta
creature. Is Aaron one of us? I don't know. Butcher is. Joston is. Aaron is not one of us. Patala is. Okay, this looks better. Excellent. Let us put this in descending order. You all are preparing attacks for if they get close. That's the first order of business, and so they do. They all swoop down on their turns, and we will have them all swoop down as such. This one will be the first one I react. It swoops down close to you, Puck. What do you do? What you wanted to breathe fire on them? Because I remember
that's me.
Oh, it was
Wrong
you.
character.
Wrong character.
It's all good. I would love to breathe fire on them if you were going to let me, as a halfling, start to breathe fire.
That halfling fire, very interesting trait. Not enough people remember. I'm sorry. Remind me.
I have ducked underneath the riding horse.
Okay.
Kind of like using it as a meat shield.
All right.
I'm still
All
injured.
right.
Well, Butcher is on top of that riding horse.
Butcher,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
it's going to come here.
It could be a mule instead.
Within
I mean,
range.
if you want to duck underneath the riding horse Butcher's on, that's not a problem.
Yeah. I'll just like hop out of the way if he starts moving the horse, but I will take a shot as it approaches.
Yes,
I guess.
it swoops down towards you and Butcher both. You get to take your shot. Go ahead and roll to hit here.
Yeah.
With a 12, that will match its armor class. It's small and swoops. Harder to hit, but you are trained. Go ahead and roll me damage. For 5 piercing on the creature. It takes the shot and like it looks like it is about to fall, but then it steadies and continues on with its swoop. Butcher, he's under the riding horse next to you. It comes within your range. What do you do?
I guess I said I had my crossbow out, so I'm shooting that.
All right, you fire away. With a 14, that will hit. For 5 points more of damage between the two of you, you slay this hawk. It falls and dies on the ground right in front of Puck, hiding behind the riding horse. Then this one will swoop in also at Butcher. Your action has been taken. So this Bloodhawk will try to scratch and claw at you with its beak, tear out your flesh.
Can I use my reaction? Like, it's still within my range, right? As a range.
You want to breathe fire on it as it comes in? You have a.
Well, I'm gonna throw fire, but yes.
Oh, I keep. Sorry.
That's
Everyone's a
We're all gonna
dragonborn.
breathe fire.
I'm so ready for fire breathing. I want it so bad. Yes, that's in range. You
Here's
can
what
throw
we're gonna
your.
do, all right?
You can throw your
Josephson
produce
and
flame.
Patala are going to work together so that when Josephson breathes fire, it is like this big display that kills a bunch of people and blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to turn it into an intimidation by, like, contributing to it. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, you can
about that?
throw
Does
your
that work?
flame if you would like at this thing.
All right, I'll just throw the fire.
I'm just
Yeah.
so excited about the fire breathing. You guys, I just want it.
Crap.
The 11 does not hit. You chuck your flame. The bird swoops and dives out of the way and proceeds to rip and tear at Butcher with its beak. With a 15 to hit.
Just misses.
Just misses. The flying bird cannot rip into them. This bird comes sweeping in, and do we finally get breathing fire?
Yes.
Yes!
Josotan rise before where someone would like prepare to like not like a step back and like in guard before like doing some defensive action. Josotan steps forward, open his mouth, and go. I don't want to make a loud noise. All right, fair. Sorry.
Fair enough. Dex check for the Blood Hawk. It will fail and take 6 points of damage.
How big's that AoE? Can you hit both of them?
Depends on if the other.
Yeah, they're
Bloodhawk
swooping
comes at
in.
the
They're
same
swooping
time.
in at the same time. We can have another Dex check. That one succeeds, so it'll take half. The fire burns this creature and it screeches in agony, but it continues its diving assault, unable to slay it. And so the first hawk will rend at you with its beak, Yosafat, with a 19. I believe that will hit, and it rolls 5 piercing damage, biting and ripping at your flesh. The second one comes diving in, and it has pack tactics. And it will roll a natural 20, critically hitting you for 7 more piercing damage.
I'm down.
Yosafat, you fall unconscious at the onslaught of the Bloodhawks. And the final one comes sweeping in towards Patala. And your flame has already been used. So this one will attack with a 15.
That'll hit.
For 5 piercing damage.
I'll take it.
All right.
Ow, ow, ow.
So, the first to react, Puck, you're hiding underneath this riding horse. There's a dead one in front of you, but one of your friends you hear fallen behind you. What do you do?
I will move out from underneath the horse so I can get a better shot towards the two that are currently pecking the body or flying away from the body of my unconscious ally.
All right.
So I'll take a shot at the closest one.
Absolutely. Do you want to shoot? Do you really want to shoot this one, or would you rather shoot the one that's slightly farther away and has less health?
I mean, that's the good choice to make. So I'll do that, but
Okay.
I don't know if my character would know the difference.
Okay.
I'll
Either
just shoot
way.
one.
I was just trying to be helpful.
Yeah. I'll shoot that one. That's
All right. You critically hit it. Oh my goodness. I don't think it can live a crit. No, it is a very dead hawk. It screeches both in pain from the fire, and then it is silenced by the pain of your bow. Bah!
See, it would have been fine had I shot the other one. It's okay.
Excellent. It is now Bloodhawk turns. The Bloodhawks will continue attacking. This one is going to bypass the dead body and fly over here to attack you. Patala, I do not know if you have a melee weapon ready, but it does fly over your head. Can you strike it?
Oh, you're muted.
muted.
Sorry, friend.
Thank you for reminding me. I was typing. I did not have a melee weapon ready, but when this Bloodhawk got into my melee, I was going to switch and I fumble and try and grab for that dagger foolishly.
Sure. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity at it then.
I will do so in that case. I am not great at this, so I don't even have a dagger statted on my sheet, but that's fine. What is that? Just basically my strength plus my...
It's going to be your strength plus your
Strength
proficiency.
or dex.
Or dex,
Yeah,
right.
so
Yeah, it is a finesse
I'm just going to
weapon.
roll my strength, and we can add... Actually, I'll roll my save. That's the same modifier.
It is the same modifier, isn't it? Yes, and a 19 will hit.
Cool. So I strike it with this weird cursed blade. Hit me, Greg.
Oh, you strike it with the cursed blade. Please roll 1d4 plus 1 damage.
Yeah.
That's rituals.
That's 4 total.
That's
and
4
I guess my
total.
Strength too.
The creature
presumably.
dies.
Nice.
And you see the black blade. Like, glow is the wrong term, but in
Right.
your hand, the blade
Crumbs.
darkens. It drinks heavier of the hawk's blood, and the blade itself becomes like even more reminiscent of the night. Please mark 1 kill on the blade for now until we learn what it does. Excellent. That is a dead hawk, Puck. It is dead, is not attacking you. So then this hawk here will continue to attack Butcher. And it will rend at you with its beak for a 22.
Yeah,
One
absolutely.
will hit for 5 piercing damage on Butcher. And the final hawk... The final hawk recognizes the blade in your hand and flies away.
Can I know that it recognizes it? Is that like a check I can make?
Sure. Give me a nature check.
Cool. Nature. 17.
You see recognition. You know what recognition looks like in animals. Dogs, cats,
Cool.
birds, pets. You see recognition in this animal, and it flies away from you. That is all of the remaining things. Mr. Josaton, please make me a death saving throw.
Yeah.
An 18, that's 1 success. Patala, you've seen this bird fly away from you. You're holding a darkened dagger in your hand. What do you do?
I will heal our good friend. I will look over at everyone's gone, right? I don't.
There is
yeah, I'm
one
happy to let them
remaining
leave.
hawk here.
Is there? Oh, there
fighting
is.
Butcher.
Only the one. In that case, yeah, the blade's only one hand. I can throw the other produce flame. So I will produce flame at the remaining Bloodhawk, and then as a bonus action, divert my hand to throw a healing word at our downed friend.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Produce flame is 18.
That will.
And then healing word is first level, and that's 6. Nice. Wow.
All right. So, Josaton, you heal 6 HP. You feel your breath come back to your body. Go ahead and roll me damage on that produce flame.
Oh, yeah.
5 points of damage. The hawk screeches, but it does not go down. Butcher! You see your friend burst, flick his eyes back open on your feet. The bird that just tore at your flesh with its beak is on fire. What do you do?
Yeah, I'll let my crossbow fall back to my side, and I will pull out my large axe, and I will swing at this thing.
All right.
And
no.
I will miss.
You miss badly. From the top of your horse, it is very hard to hit this bird as it's flittering back and forth, and your axe comes dangerously close to Puck underneath you, but you're fine. Puck!
Wait, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to see that I missed horribly trying to hit this bird, and I'm going to bring the axe back in an upward swing using my action.
The action surge. Yes! Perfect. Go ahead and attack. One more time. This time, you hit the bird. I'm not sure it can live. Oh, definitely not from 10 slashing damage. You cut the bird in twain. It falls and dies at your feet. And the party is once again unmolested out in the hills.
Just using
I would like to take like a singular shot. Yeah, I would like to take a singular shot at the bird, but whether it misses or hits, it doesn't matter.
Sure. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Sure.
An 18, it'll be in your range. You can hit it for 9 damage, kills it. You slay the bird. It falls out of the sky, plummets down in the hills some 90 feet or so, 80 feet or so away from you.
Yeah, I kind of wait a second, like,
More than I think about it, I probably won't end up finding that arrow.
I will go to retrieve the other 2.
50% roll on each of them. You did 2. Here, I'll just percentile roll them.
Well, I'll go look for it. I want to take a look at that bird.
The first one is recoverable, and the second one is very unrecoverable. The second one hit a rock or something and exploded.
I also have a crossbow bolt if you want to roll for that.
Sure. Recoverable.
Solid.
Still on the ground. Are they all dead?
Seem to be. I'll go and help Yosatan up. I feel like that is appropriate of having healed them.
How big are these birds?
These are like large hawks. They're not bigger than a normal bird, right? But they're the size of a big hawk.
Right.
Wingspan is like halfling size.
Would they have enough meat on them to be considered food?
Yes. You can skin the hawks. Are you are a proficient butcher or skinner? Like, do you have training in this?
I have survival, which
training
probably.
and survival. Sure, yeah. Okay.
We got a couple Outlanders and survival lists. Yeah.
Okay. There are enough birds. They are not butchered beyond repair. Go ahead and give me a roll of survival wisdom, just normal. And for every number above DC 10, we'll give you 1 pound of rations from the birds.
Does one of our rangers want to help me?
I will more than happily if he'll give you advantage.
All right, you can get assistance and take advantage. We'll have a cap of 10 total rations that you can get from the birds. That would be a perfect roll. So you get 8. You pluck the feathers, you butcher them, you get the meat off of them. In some places it was ruined and you couldn't get enough, but you managed to get 8 pounds worth of hawk meat from the creatures.
It might be a little gamey, guys, but it'll be good for us nonetheless. So 8 pounds, that's
8
4
pounds.
rations worth.
That is indeed.
While they're like butchering the ones that died near us, I want to see if I can find the corpse of the one that fled from me.
It was included in that.
Cool.
Number.
Yeah. So Patala's like made her way over there and wants to see if she can identify anything different about it. I assume no, but like that's what she does.
Before you give it away to Butcher to be butchered, you examine the creature and give it your best look over. And other than the identifying marks of a hawk and of this particular breed of blood hawk, you don't see anything particularly unusual or noteworthy about it.
Great. Yeah.
You've noticed Josaton as like you helped him up and he starts looking around. Like he just stands there looking around and gets a bit confused. Like, are the mules uninjured?
Yes, like normal hawks. Nothing. Not the worst thing in these hills, I'm sure.
I mean, they both went after me. They didn't even try going for the pack animals.
They did seem rather intelligent. One fled for its life.
I mean, that's a standard thing to retreat when one's life is no longer guaranteed.
But the other did not.
Strange.
Yeah, well, they didn't necessarily seem to target any of the pack animals, but I don't think any of the pack animals are injured, minus the one that got trampled.
They are. Well, we did see them going after goats earlier, so I guess that's not a relevant statement. Never mind.
All right,
Let's just carry on.
You pick yourselves up, and what do? You still have a few hours of daylight left in the day. Do you continue on towards this glinting gold point that Puck was following previously?
Can we take a 10-minute rest? A short rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if
no
that's
problem.
Fine with everyone else.
Yes, please. I get all of my stuff back.
Yes, you spend 10 minutes resting up, giving yourselves some well-needed rations, and just catching your breath. All of you can regain any spell slots and class features entitled to a short rest in the player's handbook, and you can spend any number of your hit dice equal to 1/2 your pool, rounded up, to regain hit points.
I'm gonna roll hit dice.
Ooh. Where was that roll yesterday?
I was so ready to kill 2 birds at once if I got to my turn. It was so close.
Your fire breath could have done it if you'd have rolled like 7 hit points and they failed their saves. Could have both gone down.
I could have casted Burning Hands.
That would have done it too.
Should have used a stone.
There it is.
You definitely could have gotten both those birds. No pun intended about my name.
All right, so you short rest and then carry on eastwardly, I presume, or what's the plan?
The shimmer.
All right.
I would like to as we approach the glint of gold. I would like to maybe stop like an hour early if it's okay before we get right there. Maybe we should, unless everyone's feeling perfectly comfortable. Like if anyone's injured. I don't know what's to come from this hill, so...
It's nearly as ready as I can be.
Okay. I have no problem, then.
I'm down literally 1 hit point.
Same.
Right.
I feel
all right.
ready to press on.
You continue on eastwardly towards the glint that Puck saw. He leads the way masterfully, and the next 3 or 4 hours are spent making slow but steady progress that direction. As the sunset begins to fall, you get within about a mile or so. You're very close to this landmark, but you did not have enough hexes to get there today. You see the sun setting. You know it's about time to call it for excuse me, to call it for the evening. But you are able to make out the thing that Puck saw, and so I shall describe it to you. As you see in the setting sun, atop the tallest hill in the area, in fact, almost enough to be considered nearly a cliff face, but it has more a feature of a hill than a cliff. And on top of it, you see silhouetted against the sunset a circle of iron stairs winding itself up and out of a wooden host. It is still some mile off, but the glint of gold atop the iron stair can now be clearly made out by all in the party. Very clearly gold shining up high above these iron stairs. The wooden host, you can tell at this point, it was once a large building. Tough to see the size of it from this distance, but resting atop the tallest hill, it was probably at least 2 floors when it was flourished, maybe more. But none of the higher walls seem to remain, and a huge tree grows up out of the middle of the floor. And the iron stairs come up from beyond this tree and the excuse me, the wooden house in front of you, wooden building.
Does the tree perhaps happen to be red?
This particular tree is not a great red willow. No.
Well, we tried.
You would be clever. All right. You make camp some mile or so off. Tell me, what is camp like as I roll for a potential encounter here?
I think, go ahead.
Josaton, there was like that bit of excitement as like we talked back and forth about ideas to do with this dagger, but he like says like, not tonight. It seems I've breathed too much today.
Was that what you were thinking? Interesting. Well, I am quite fascinated by what we're seeing.
That is true.
Shame to turn back now. This is... I mean, now I'm in my element. We finally see a tree in all of this brush.
There's a tree. Forest confirmed.
It is a forest, but tree.
If a tree's big enough, it counts.
Yeah, perhaps there's a moment where Puck kind of licks his lips and looks back once more over towards the hill and says, "Yeah, and whatever that is might be a little." Kind of rubs his hand, like his fingers together. You know.
There is gold or something similar to that up there, which is quite the oddest of places for it to be, in that of a iron staircase and tree.
You sure it's not just some pyrite?
I mean, pyrite in the tree as well? That's someone storing a mountain of fool's gold?
What's a pyrite?
A mineral.
No. Yeah. Yeah, Puck has no idea what pyrite is.
And so your banter continues deep into the night. You each take watches, but nothing molests you in the night, and it passes peacefully. So, we have finished a day of travel. Let's take care of some foraging rolls, shall we? You have all moved at a slow pace today. So I will have all of you roll survival wisdom for your foraging, unless you have another skill you'd like to bring to bear. And your DC for foraging in the Gold Hills is going to be DC 15, same as the navigation.
All right.
Advantage. Yes.
Yes, advantage.
I think it's flat, right?
You traveled at a slow pace. Oh, you're correct. It is just flat. My brain
Advantage
flip-flopped the
for those
navigation.
who have the thing.
It's advantage for
to
your
navigate
favored
it.
terrain, but you are not in your favored terrain. So
Not-
you're
not
correct.
even
So 17, 18, 7, and 19 are still your top rolls. So everyone except for Patala has successfully foraged. The water skins are all filled. Everyone has found good food to eat and time for their pack animals to graze, except for Patala. I'll have you mark off 2 pounds of rations and the feed for your pack animal.
Yeah, I'll mark that off of one of the birds that we.
Thank you. Yeah, we need the fresh rations. That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
I was about to ask, considering I don't have any pack animals, could that substitute a role for someone who does have a pack animal?
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, there's 3 pack animals. There were 3 successes. All of them 8. That's fair. I'm happy with that.
Nice.
And yeah, that is the night. You've completed a night's rest. You are entitled to all spells and class features that recover per a long rest in the PHB, and you can spend all remaining hit dice in your pool to recover HP. Once you're done, you will recover 1/2 of your total pool rounded up to use in the next day.
Excellent. I have none to spend, but I do have some to recover.
Excellent.
Funny how that happens.
I'm not rolling my hit die because 1 HP is guaranteed.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you roll it, but it's guaranteed to heal you to full. Yeah, perfect.
Cool.
Excellent. So, the 4 of you awake the next morning. This iron staircase and the glittering gold on top of it, clearly visible some mile out from where you are now. I suppose the plan is to go investigate this in the morning?
Definitely.
Bit of experimentation first.
Okay, sure.
I have an idea,
Oh,
Patella.
did you... Sorry, go, you do your thing and then I'll talk. I apologize.
That dagger has interesting properties when interacting with light. Right? Let's see what happens if we stick it in fire. Just like our campfire or a torch, and see what happens then.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like a thing we might have done like the night before, if that's not too retcon-y, because that makes sense, right?
Sure. You place the twisted blade into the flames of your campfire, and much like when the light spell was cast upon it, the light immediately around the blade dims. Like it isn't as bright. And as soon as the fire gets away from the blade again, the light continues normally. But just in the local area just around the blade, it's like it drinks in the light, and leaving it dim and shadowy, silhouetted wherever the blade is in the fire. The heat of the fire is such that you would not be able to tell whether or not it got colder. Like, unless you have some amazing temperature control on your skin or something. But yeah, you see this effect in the fire.
So it only interacts with the light, but not of actual flames. Just an observation. Thank you, Patella.
My pleasure.
Go ahead, Greg.
So, Patala, did you spend any time during your rest, like, holding the blade, working it out? Do you want the breakdown
can I
of
attune
the...
to it? I would love to attune to it
Okay.
if I can. Or if it's whatever. I don't know if it
You
takes attunement or
attune
not,
to the ritual
I will
dagger.
fully sell my soul and do all that
All right.
terrible stuff. Let's go.
The ritual dagger is a dagger of thirst. It drinks both heat, like the heat of life, and like life force itself. The effects, as described, can be expanded upon by expanding 1 charge from the dagger, if it has any, and so it can cast darkness. Like magical darkness, for 1 charge. It can also absorb heat, and I don't have a spell effect that's easy to just say, this is the spell, so I'll give you the breakdown of what that is like. It's essentially casting an area of cold that will deal damage for 2 charges.
Do you have this written somewhere that you can just easily send?
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you like post stream or something.
Awesome, great, cool.
Yeah. And the excuse me, the way the dagger is charged is that every time a creature is slain by the dagger, killed outright, it absorbs their life force and charges the dagger 1. This will increase the magic damage and attack of the dagger. So it starts the day, every day, at a +0. If it kills any creature, it becomes a +1 dagger and has 1 charge. If it kills another creature, it becomes a +2 dagger and has 2 charges. You can continue using the dagger.
Of the Nulls killing something with it. That's rad. Okay, very cool.
So at the start of each day, it loses whatever charges it had, and is once again an inert 0 dagger until it kills something. When a new person grasps the dagger for the first time, the dagger urges them to slake its thirst, and a wisdom check will be made at advantage if they are a pacifist and have not slain a creature in the mists, specifically in this area beyond the mists. Or it will be made regularly if they have slain a few. If they have slain over 100 creatures, then it will be made at disadvantage with a DC of 13.
Have you just been counting how many creatures everyone has been slayed in all of your games?
I sometimes, not in every game.
Okay.
It's a cool feature that I like to keep track of sometimes. Makes people think. And that is everything you need to know about the Ritual Dagger of Thirst.
That is rad. So it's always a little wonky with how much do I know versus the character know and stuff. But I feel like Vitala
all of those things.
Doing all this okay.
Yeah.
So is the altar purely symbolic? Or is there actually some reason? Should I go back there and kill something there? It's all of those thoughts. And I think she's keeping most of them to herself, though, although she is writing extensive notes. So if anybody wanted to, look over her shoulder, you'd find stuff. But I think otherwise she's keeping it to her chest, as it were.
All right. Awesome. And that is the morning. So you advance towards the staircase in the distance.
Yeah. Can you go over that again? You said something about a building and a tree?
Sure. I'll just read the whole thing as you get close. You approach the tallest hill, begin climbing it, and you see the circle of iron stairs winding itself up and out of the wooden building and the tree. You'll notice as you approach that the building was once large, almost 100 feet long and 60 feet across. And it rests atop, of course, the tallest hill in the vicinity. It had at least 2 floors when it flourished, perhaps even 3, but none of the higher walls remain, just the first floor. But you can just see the way it's kind of built, the remains of the crumbling stone and the inside of it makes you think that it was once higher. A huge tree grows up in the middle of the floor. You can kind of see through the open door where there is no door, it's just an open portal. And this huge tree is now pushing up flagstones, crushing others and absorbing some into the soil. So it has grown through the center of this building. The stairs themselves stand in the southwest corner. They are iron black and the circular. They coil up into the remains of what would be the ceiling above and what little remains of the second floor. The stairs do not appear to have rusted, nor do they have any signs of age. There's a dwarf in the party, so if you approach and enter the building and look inside, you will specifically notice dwarven runes etched into the iron of the stairs all the way up. And the tree itself extends above the second floor, so that its branches hang over this corner in the southwest where a bit of the roof of the first floor and the floor of the second floor remain and are not crumbled down, but does not surpass the iron stairs. They curl up higher than the tree itself, some 70 feet or so above the tree line into the sky.
We found the stairways to heaven, guys.
Well, I'm not planning on dying time soon, so.
I'm going to take a closer look at these dwarven runes. Do they mean anything to me? They're like something danger, something of
They
great
do
value.
mean something to you. Although you have not seen dwarven runes used in this particular way before, the etching of the runes are those of protection and of maintenance. And the way they circle the stair makes you believe that perhaps they play some role in protecting it from like rust or signs of age.
Before we, like, I don't know, enter this building or whatever, I don't know exactly where positionally we are. We're like, up to it, though, right? We're not still, like, travel away.
Yeah, we've at least gone up to the door and looked in, right?
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's...
Patala wants to start doing, like, a druidic tradition of, like, respecting fae spirits and that kind of stuff that have overtaken a place, to not disturb them as we approach. It's purely, like, religious and spiritual. It's not like a magical thing, right?
Okay, so you say a prayer to like
I speak in Sylvan
spirit,
and druidic and all that. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely, yeah.
Cool.
Josoton like just looks up at like the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he will try to like perceive through any illusions that may or may not exist. Which I think is like investigation.
Sure. I like that. You
Yeah.
investigate this scene to try to find illusions. Go ahead and hit me with an investigation roll. I think that's clever and I like it.
13.
You do not detect any illusions. As you look, everything seems to be as you see it. Seems to be as you see it. That's a weird sentence, but I think it gets the point across.
It's accurate.
Yeah. It is exactly what you see.
Mm-hmm.
This is is the whole building dwarven craftsmanship, or what would I think about the whole building?
No, the building itself is not dwarven. In fact, the only piece of dwarven craftsmanship you see in this is the iron stairs leading up in the corner.
I would like... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd share that piece of information with the party and say, well, these stairs are dwarven make with dwarven runes on them, some sort of magic protecting them. At the very least, I assume that's why they're not aged, but it could be more protection as well. I'm not really sure. Haven't seen these particular runes.
Fascinated to know who could have created it. So one culture came after the other, or perhaps.
And no, we can't carry this back with us either.
No.
It's way too heavy.
No.
I want to see you guys try to drag a 100-foot iron staircase across
We'll tip
the
it
hills.
over, and then it will be in Farfield Keep. Yeah, come on.
It's okay. It's a
roll it
It's
along.
okay. I was about to say it's a circular staircase. We can roll it. Yeah, I think kind of at that point, once they started to talk about the staircase, because I mean they've been looking up at the staircase, praying, maybe closing their eyes for the prayer and stuff like that, or whatever. I think maybe just half second beat between that and then oh wait, the halfling is next to the stairs, and I just tap it with the mace.
Mm-hmm. They ring out. They're made of solid iron, and they give you that nice, satisfying tang from the sound of your mace.
Yeah, just kind of give it a little pop pop.
You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. There's just a nice, satisfying ring of iron on mace. I assume it's steel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll give a thumbs up to the dwarf and say,
yeah, well, definitely nice work here.
Yep, I'll follow up behind the halfling, and I will just sort of see, reach my hand over the stairs to make sure there's no, force field or, anything weird like that going on, blocking the stairs from normal ascension.
You run your hand over the air on top of the stairs and meet no resistance or any strange feelings. Seems all is in the clear.
Can I try something, everyone?
sure.
Please. I'm going to go talk to the tree. I walk away.
Josaton makes a motion with his fingers.
Do you mind telling us what you're trying before trying it?
Ah, yes. You know that very distracting sound that came all the way from those mountains? What if I just, imitated it here for a moment?
Can we
It won't be as loud.
No. No, whatever that sound was is not happening this morning.
Interesting.
I wonder if that's the clang of someone climbing the staircase.
Redneck.
I can try and see if anything happens.
You begin making an attempt to recreate that rhythmic, slow, metallic clang that you heard rolling down from the Pale Steps the day before. And you do a pretty good job of it, although whatever intoxication or magic or charm came from the rhythm of those doesn't take hold amongst your party members here. It seems that while you can make a good, you can get close.
Have the otherworldly effect
yes, exactly.
that comes with it, yeah.
Yeah.
So seeing nothing happening with his surroundings, well, I guess other than we explore the building, we have the stairs to walk up.
Yeah, how close are the stairs to the tree? And if you were to fall, from the stairs, could you fall towards the tree and, feasibly catch on a branch?
So the
not fall.
Stairs are specifically in the southwest corner of the building. So the building is 100 feet long and 60 feet across. So if we do some Pythagorean theorem, it's what? 100 and it's some distance long. It's 130, 140 feet in a diagonal. And so if you were to put the tree right in the middle of that, it's 70-ish feet on a diagonal from the stairs themselves. The tree trunk is large, but it's not overwhelming. It's probably 5 feet, maybe 5 to 10 feet at its largest in diameter. And the branches grow out wide and kind of cover the 60 feet across of the building, and even can scrape the outer portion of it. But the branches are thin, and these aren't big oaken logs. You could crash through them likely.
Okay.
Well, I guess we could look around.
Yeah, let's look around this base floor first. See if there's anything of value.
It's still standing.
Mm-hmm. The base floor itself is littered with dust, flagstones pushed up, crushed, broken rubble. There's the soil of the ground kind of meeting the kind of unnatural building on top of it. There is an large number of twigs and leaves and nuts and things that have fallen from the tree, just littering the remaining bits of the stone floor and the kind of soil around you. While everyone looks, go ahead and give me an investigation check from whoever has the highest investigation in the party, and we'll give you advantage both for dwarfiness in the party and just everyone looking.
I have one.
My investigation's 2, but I want to talk to this tree first. So I figured people are doing that while I'm doing this other thing, or do you want to just not worry about that?
Okay. You can begin tree talking ritual, I assume. Do you have talk with plants?
I don't have a speak with plants thing, but
okay.
I'm trying to approach it just
okay.
druidic ritual.
Patala is performing.
Yeah, it's I'm speaking to it as if it was a creature of Fae or a Tran or something. My favorite enemies are plants, which I know it's not sentient, that's not relevant, but it might be. What do I know? So I'm trying to give it respect. I'm trying to talk to it that way, in the off chance it understands.
Okay.
I'm also investigating the area around the tree specifically, see if there's any signs of druidism, or any signs that this tree is this is it could have just grown here, but it seems supernatural.
Other than being very well cared for, like you realize that like the soil is damp here in a way that like it has not rained. The area around the tree is well maintained. There's not weeds growing in the soil. As you look up, you see that like there's perhaps even places where the branches have been trimmed and kept neat. But other than just this general sense of a well cared for tree, you spend some time giving it respect, speaking to it, but there's no further signs of druidicism or mysticism or fae coming from it.
Okay.
So
I'll try to collect some nuts that I think come from the tree.
Sure, they're scattered everywhere around here. They're like...
Right. Can I identify the type of tree?
I think of them
if you
as...
don't care as a GM,
I don't really care as a GM. It's a nut-bearing tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Good.
Excellent. So while Patala is investigating the tree, the rest of you investigate the rest of the floor here. Go ahead. So is that the investigation roll, Yasathan?
No, that was from the disbelieving.
That's from disbelieving. Okay. So whoever has the best investigation, go ahead and give it to me at advantage. Between the three of Stone, Yasathan, and Butcher.
I think I am tied for best with a +1.
Okay.
Yep. So go ahead.
Oh, you investigate as much as you can, but you are not able to find anything of note beyond what has already been described.
I mean, there are still the stairs.
I was about to say.
So, do we want to draw straws, or?
I can go up there.
All right, have at it.
All right, if I fall down, catch me.
No.
Very
You know,
well.
I heard about this one time where someone tried to step onto a dragon through some kind of teleportation and fell like 1,000 feet and landed on a ranger. I don't think that's going to happen again. Except for this time, it's a dragon landing on the rangers.
Let me look at my inventory real quick.
How?
I mean, he pulls out a bedroll and just like unfurls it. I mean, you both you grab the opposite end.
Yeah. Let's aim for the bushes. Aim for the bushes.
Aim for the bushes. Yes. Oh, it's the best scene in that movie.
Very good.
And he just walks.
All right. You climb the winding stairs. You eventually breach the kind of roof of the first floor. It's crumbling and not surrounding, but near the stairs, it's largely intact. And you get to the top of the second floor. You see where the tree reaches out over, kind of making a canopy above your head as the iron stairs continue to go up higher. The stairs themselves, you are very low passive perception, right?
Yes, that's a 9.
That's a 9. You don't notice much about this area. It looks pretty much the same as the ground floor below, just kind of a crumbling ceiling or crumbling like floor instead of a crumbling ceiling. And I suppose you continue just up through the canopy of the tree, across the stairs.
Yes, I just go up and up until something happens.
All right. You breach the top of the trees going up. And as you do so, the kind of sun meets your eyes as it blinds you for a half second. And as you look up, you are now looking some 70 feet high above you. The steps climb up, clinging to this like center iron pole until you see that they abruptly end in a small platform made of the same metal the stair is constructed of. And standing upon that platform, even from this angle, you can see the shine of a basin made of gold. As you take another step up and fully clear the tree line, the air in front of you like shimmers and coalesces and begins to kind of like turn almost like a small like wind funnel and from that funnel, eventually blinking, you see the form of like a woman humanoid shape made entirely of this like air in front of you. And you hear coming from it a like musical, clean voice, like drifting through the air, as light as a feather. You almost hear each note dancing as she says, "Stop now. Come no further. The stair is not for the likes of you. Go back."
Hello there.
General Konebi.
She just stands as you say hello there, and just shimmers and floats and waits.
Not a hello back? No manners?
I told you the stair is not for you. Go back.
Just like looking through it. Is this like a programmed illusion or is this something else?
You do not believe this to be an illusion. There is some air-like creature telling you to go back.
Can you give a reason why? Say something more?
Because it is not for you, unbelievers. Leave.
Ah, unbelievers. A local faith.
She like cocks her head at you and begins to like suck in more air. You see it blow around her, and she just goes, and you are blasted by a cone of forceful air. Please make me a DC 15 Constitution saving throw as she does this.
All right.
No, you are knocked prone and pushed back 15 feet. Roll me, you are pushed back off of the staircase. Roll me a direction in which you fall. We'll have a D4, 1 being straight back, 2 being to the left, a 3 outside of the keep, a 3 being to the right inside the keep. And a 4 being DM's choice.
4.
Oh, the DM's choice. You fall back into the House of Endwell. And go ahead and take for me. Oh, do you hit the second floor? You're going to hit the second floor. Go ahead and take for me D6 bludgeoning damage as you fall into the crumbling second floor.
That's not so bad.
We don't see any of this, right? Because it's up past the tree.
You take 1 point of damage. You don't see this happen, but you hear a voice say all of the things that were told to Yosatan, and then you hear like the snaps of branches, and then a thump on the like what is your ceiling in his second floor.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll put the gold piece back in my pocket and say,
are you still alive up there?
You hear the sound of, I guess, like wood creaking. Yes. Quite something. I need to get down from here.
Do you want to do it again?
No. I'll speak more on it, and he tries to like get down to the first floor.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can just get back on the stairs next to you and take them down to the first floor.
You see a slightly disheveled Josatan, but like still with like a very like that liveliness he has to him. Like that was something. It
Interesting.
seems at the very top there is a physical manifested wind spirit barring entrance to all those except of the local religion or faiths or clergy or whatever nonsense.
Hey, Patala, you want to try?
and it pushed me off when I asked it questions.
Well, I
It gives
am
us
interested whether or not the gesture was to all of us or simply you. I would like to look around this building more. I mean, you've already picked it over, but I'm not sure if you'd be looking
We
for the
didn't
same things
find
I
anything.
would.
We haven't checked the second floor.
Is there like actually a proper second floor, or is it just like you can see that there was one?
In the area nearest the stairs, it is the most intact. It at some number of feet away from the stairs, it crumbles away and is gone for the rest of the building. But there's a like landing, of very least, of the second floor. More than a landing, less of less than a full floor.
Is it possible for Patala to like look for the sort of thing she'd be interested on this first floor, or is just like that ship sailed because
I think that the party failed to find
no, that's
anything
fine.
in the first floor.
I want to make sure. So I do a narrative like once over, looking for any sort of signs of religion or people who lived here. The tree was watered, but like, was that the wind spirit, or did a person come in here and like, is someone living here? That kind of stuff is what I'm looking for. And I don't necessarily find anything. Cool. Well, I, for one, would like to stay here longer, see if anyone actually lives here and is going to come back. It'd be interested to speak with them.
Well,
you could speak with the one up top.
Yes, might just be them.
I'm very curious too. It seems like I look at the place. If a door was put back on this, would this be like relatively livable? Obviously, there's a hole in the ceiling because there's a tree.
I guess it depends on what you mean by livable. The interior of this place has no, like, furniture or features or humanity left in it, right? It's largely just an empty stone set of four walls. There's most of, if not all of, the roof is gone, letting in like the sunlight and the rain and the storm. I guess you could huddle in the like corner nearest to the stairs, and there's a good amount of, I should figure out how much exactly roof is there. We'll call it like 40 feet of like 40 by 40 feet.
To be a place you could live.
You could like bring things here maybe and try to make it a place, but as it currently stands, like, no, this is not.
Does it have a foundation though?
The foundation does exist, but you can see that like the foundation is like crumbling, right? Like this tree has shoved its way up through the flagstones, and many of them are broken or crumbled. Some of them are being like reclaimed actively into the soil. Like they're like, much of this like 100 by 60 foot building does have a foundation, but much of it does not.
Cool. Yeah. So if you were going to build something out in the wilds, half a foundation might be a good starting point, but it's not ready. Cool.
I mean, even so, if we can find a consistent source of water anywhere nearby this might be a good place for anybody heading out this direction.
Probably has general sanctuary.
It might. I would like to stay here for a while and see if anything comes. You know,
I'd say we scout the nearby couple miles and come back.
Good idea. Yeah. This place itself might be. I mean, I'm no wizard, but the local fauna might avoid it on instinct.
Is that a thing that we can tell?
Yes. What's your question?
Can we tell if we can like hear the sounds of like wild animals nearby?
Like that.
Or is this? Or I guess that's more audible in a forest, and this is just like a single treed forest.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of animal sounds around right now, but it's not like silent, right? You hear the rustle of wind, you hear the occasional hawk in the distance. Like there's nothing like right around you. You're not like, oh, I hear a herd of buffalo, but like you don't think this is magically silent or anything like that.
In all the time we've been here, we haven't seen any small birds like fly up into the tree, anything like that?
No, you have not seen anything fly into this tree. As you are having this conversation and thinking, you hear the whistling of the wind above you, musically almost, and you hear what must be the sounds of sweeping. Like, it's very obvious. Everyone has swept a floor in their life. And The broken branches and dust and leaves begin tumbling off the top of the second floor down onto the ground around you.
I will lower my voice to the rest of the party and say,
Well, if we're gonna stay here for a couple days, we should probably wait till the very last one to try and take the,
kind of point upwards.
I mean, there's a there? You said there was a basin there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how
Basin of
big was
gold.
the basin?
Hard to get a good look at it, but quite large. It's a full-sized basin up at the top of this platform.
Too big to put in a backpack?
Bigger than a backpack for sure.
Okay. Big enough, or go ahead.
Okay. Butcher, you said we should scout the region. That seems like a good idea. We have some daylight left, and then we could camp here.
Yeah, I think we should
Sure.
try to camp in the base of this just to test out as a possible camping spot.
I think I would like to go upstairs and take a look at this basin you described, see if there's any markings that you missed, but that can wait until tonight.
Sure. Word of warning, you might get pushed off by a wind spirit if you do not immediately comply to her demands.
I'm willing to comply.
And who knows, maybe it'll be a difference. You have some dagger meant to be done with a ritualistic fashion. Who knows?
I
One way to find
felt
out.
no signs from the tree to leave that they would be trespassing, but they might not be associated at all. We'll have to find out.
That is true. Or possible.
Cool. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Stone? I know I kind of cut you off.
No, it's all good. I was just gonna ask, the basin definitely wasn't backpack size, and that's all I really, didn't seem like that.
I mean, we can drag it. You can
Yeah.
drag everything.
What I was gonna ask next is, does it seem big enough that one of the pack saddles we have could work
Questionable.
around that?
Hard to know right now. You saw it from 70 feet below, but it's generally in that size range, maybe.
It's a hat for a horse. It's one yeah.
Minor
Like a-
illusion.
What
I'm
about
ready to
minor
start
doing it.
illusion?
I first minor illusion the female spirit, so everyone knows what it looks like.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
You create this shimmering column of wind that vaguely forms the shape of a female humanoid.
I then minor illusion the golden bowl itself.
Okay. Can you
Is that-
magically get the dimensions of something that you've glimpsed and not
that's a check,
seen
right?
perfectly?
She did not
Yeah.
immediately shut me
Yeah,
off.
that's true. Okay, yeah. All right, you make a minor illusion of the golden basin. It's large. It's probably 5 by 5 by 5 feet of gold basin, and it
That's the
is
max size of the spell.
it
Yes.
is it doesn't have legs, right? It is
It's
a
up.
bowl of gold, and it looks like it's
Oh.
meant to settle into a place on the iron pedestal.
Very cool.
Okay. So this is what we're working with.
You made an illusion
Yes.
of the woman. Okay.
Yes.
They could hide under that. That's a lot of gold.
I have
is-
no interest in
That
disturbing
is
this, but I would like to take notes.
I mean, I'm just saying, I won't, force people to, take it, but
I have ideas, but I'm sure none of you would agree with them.
I am all ears. Unless it involves the dagger, then probably not.
We would have to get away from this place before I talk about them.
Yeah, can we cut ahead a bit? Because I mean,
All
I don't know
right.
how much later we're actually playing, but we want to.
All right, you walk out of the building. As you do so, you catch a glimpse of this wind spirit sweeping off the second floor above you, and then you leave. Where do you like to go after investigating this stair?
I think we would specifically be investigating like a couple mile radius around this area, trying to see if there's any sources of water that we
Walk
can
a circle.
come across that would be, relatively consistent.
Okay.
If somebody lived here, and somebody's watering this tree, probably means there's water somewhere nearby, but that's not for sure. So we'll take a look.
I mean,
All right.
even if they're not living here now, they built it at one point, right?
So you're going to spend an entire day's worth of movement to like circle out around here.
Yeah, we're using it for like.
You can usually
thorough
go
investigation.
24 miles in a day, so we can call that like in a circle about 6 mile radius of investigation.
Sure.
I don't know
Sounds
my
good.
quick maps. Maybe.
I mean,
All right.
I don't. Yeah.
You travel and begin investigating the 6 miles around this place. So while you do that, there's like 4 parts to each day. We'll talk about how each of you investigate around this area. We'll just start in the camera order that I have. So Butcher, during the first part of the morning after you leave this stair in the house, how do you go about investigating your part of this like 6 mile like walk around you're doing? What are you looking for? How do you do it? What is your investigation?
So I think Butcher is sort of well aware of how these things work in hills, especially the foothills of mountains. And he's, I suppose, paying especially close attention for essentially like muddy spots in the ground that could indicate, if you dug a foot, 2 feet deep, you could find a spot where the rocks are formed in such a way to bring the water table up to a point where you could reach it.
Okay. Absolutely. That to me sounds like survival wisdom, right? Like that seems like the keynote survival wisdom thing. Looking for places where you would know to dig to like find water. Welling seems very much like a survival thing. So while the party is investigating during the morning, Butcher, you are looking very hard for these spots where you might find a way to drill for or dig for water. Go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check.
Nice.
Sure enough, in the morning, you do. As you are traveling around to the south of the staircase, towards the mountains to the south, you come across a kind of high shelf of stone, and tipping down from that shelf of stone, you find this like nice area of soft muddy ground, where it seems as if the runoff from storms and from rain in this area has a nice place to gather, and you think that should you need to dig for water, this would make an ideal location.
I think I would just go ahead and when I see this spot, I would stop the group and I would pull out my shovel and just start digging away.
All right. You begin digging, and it takes some time and some effort. You probably a good 15 or 20 minutes of work gives you a decent-sized hole, about 5 by 5 by 5, as you dig down. And as you get about that deep, you begin to feel and see the kind of like swell of groundwater like begin to seep up and fill the hole that you've dug at your feet. It is muddy and brown, but it is water coming up there, you have found.
Good eye.
All right, I'll go ahead and I actually have cartography proficiency. I would like to make like a little map of where this is relative to the building with
That makes sense.
as much detail as I can.
Absolutely. You're proficient with cartographer's tools, and you have all of them, I assume, with you?
I have pen and paper. I don't specifically have cartography. tools.
Okay, so I would like a cartography's tools check to use your pen and paper to freehand this map. Let's see if it is accurate.
Intelligence?
I believe intelligence is the attribute that I would like to see, unless you have a better one.
Cool. Nice.
You have a great map. You freehand it, but it is very good. Anyone with this map will be able to follow it without error, as long as they know how to use a map to navigate to the spot south of the staircase.
That's awesome. Yeah. Like we can't map the whole realm accurately, but we can do these like point-to-point things. That's awesome.
Keep track of that. That is a piece of equipment that you now have, is this very specific map to get from there to here. Excellent. So that is the morning. It takes a good 4 hours of work, of investigating and finding, and then the party moves on. During the second half of the morning, Josaton, what are you looking for during your investigation?
Ooh. His mind is elsewhere, is all I should say.
Okay.
He is thinking heavily on just like ways on how to go about it, like of how he thinks and like what's the best way of approaching the situation with the house. And he keeps on coming back to the same terrible idea that'll just spell ruin for us in the end. At which point he just like stays quiet about it and then just focuses on the task of just like finding, just looking around. And he somewhat distracts himself, but he tries and helps.
It sounds like you are absent-minded and not particularly involved in this investigation, other than, an occasional look around. Go ahead and make me a lucky roll. How lucky is Josephat in finding something during this?
Can I pitch something?
Can you pitch something? What would you like to pitch?
I feel like maybe this is not true in your setting. I don't know. Maybe this is only a detect magic thing, but I feel like people who are magically attuned, like sorcerers, might be able to, while absent-mindedly, sort of slip into like a wizard sight type of thing and like just kind of pick up on ambient energies.
I would be okay with that. Does that sound good to you? It's your character.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check as you investigate this area with your absent-minded sorcery.
D20 plus 1. This is the Arcana. 3.
No. You are unable to find anything of note during the first half of the morning. While this is happening, the party... No, not the party. In fact, Puck. You become aware during your investigations of a strange creature some 120 feet away from you in the party. It's man-sized and is capable of standing on 2 hind legs, but otherwise looks much like a wolf with the ears of a canine and a big, long snout. It occasionally crouches down on all fours and sniffs before standing back up and looking around. You come to the realization that this creature is most definitely searching for something out here in the Gold Hills, and it has not spotted you and your party, but it is close by. It got much closer to you than you expected. What do you do as you see this thing?
Yeah, I kind of like, shake my head for a moment and squint just to like make sure my eyes aren't going off, and I'm like, that's not a knoll, is it?
No.
Yeah, I gotta say that aloud to the party to alert their attention to it.
Look over.
Oh.
Perhaps they lived there.
Maybe we should not be on top of this hill. Unless you guys want... I'm not going to stop you if you want to go talking, I guess, but...
I was thinking that. Yes. No one minds. I'll try not to draw their attention to you.
If you get mauled, that's your problem, but I will shoot it once.
Hold your fire. They don't seem particularly aggressive. Simply,
Call
looks
out
like
to it
it-
from a distance first before.
It looks
don't-
like it might be hunting, so just if it has our scent and it wants to eat us, give it a donkey.
looking at it, does it seem like it doesn't seem animal intelligence, right? Or am I poorly reading
It
this?
seems to be actively searching, combing through the area around it, picking its way ever closer to you and the party. It's still some 120 feet away, but the movements it makes are largely a combination of man and wolf. It stands on its hind haunches, looks around, and walks that way, occasionally dipping down to all fours, putting its nose to the ground and sniffing. Seems to spend about equal time in each position.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, if the party does not mind, I would like to approach while they remain not hidden. I don't know if you're hiding or not, but
Oh, I'm definitely hiding.
conspicuous at very least.
All right.
As
Puck,
long as no one stops me. I
you
know that.
hide as best you can away from the party.
I mean, I just kind of like move to the other like side of the hill and crouch down. So like, I'm like looking over the hill at.
All right.
I won't be like more than 30 or 40 feet from the party.
You move away some and hide. Patala begins to make it clear that they're going to walk out into the hills towards this creature. Josaton and Butcher, what do you do as Patala does this? You just watch, or what's your plan of action?
Joseton, watch over Lucky.
Sure. I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I think I would be taking my two animals and also drawing them back away a little bit.
Okay.
What does the party know about lycanthropes?
I lived with druids. That's similar.
Do not get bit is the
Druids are
general-
lycanthropes. That's a
Like
interesting thing.
Lycanthropes? Yeah, exactly.
All right, the party goes some bit away and tries their best to be inconspicuous. Patala, you begin making your way towards this creature. It doesn't notice you at first, seeming very intent on what it's doing, picking its way towards you. But as you approach to about 60 feet, about half the distance, its
I want
ears...
to approach it like an animal, like trying to present myself as I'm not trying to sneak up on you, but I'm also not trying to intimidate you. Right.
Sure. You do your best to present yourself as a non-threatening creature, and as you approach to about 60 feet, the ears on its head perks up, and it swivels its head and haunches to meet your eyes, and you can see this, like, twisted, almost hate in its eyes as it looks upon you, and a low, guttural, threatening growl just emits from it as it stares at you. What do you do?
I will attempt to reciprocate. I will try to match its tone.
All right. I think that you probably are aiming for animal handling, but for me, I think this is
We're not an animal, right?
I think this is not an animal. I think this is a case of like intimidation. Like you are trying to like match this thing's like presence.
I get this, right? I'm trying to not necessarily like cow it, but present myself as an equal, I guess. So
All right.
I think that's appropriate.
I want an intimidation charisma check from you as you try to meet this creature's growl.
Not wisdom. All right. That is fine by me. Let's see. Do I have anything I could do? No, this is just a roll.
Oh my goodness. Okay. You growl back, and this creature immediately like gets on all fours and does that thing that dogs do that have been kicked by like bad owners, and like curls up a little bit, and now it like tries its best to get its like head and legs away from you, and like whimpers a little bit and begins like
throw it a ration.
sliding away.
I'm gonna throw it some jerky. I'm gonna mark a ration off my sheet.
You throw the jerky, and it like flinches when you make the throw, and it sniffs it, and then continues backing away from you.
I will do the like customary try every language I know thing and expect none of them to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, no, it's all right.
What are the languages that you know?
Common, Sylvan, Elven, Dwarven, and Druidic.
No. You run the gamut, but eventually, as it gets,
That's not what I meant to do.
it begins backing away from you, and as it gets to about.
Oh, there it goes.
As it gets to about 20 feet further away from you, it like breaks into like a full gallop, and you see its form begin to meld and shift. And what was once like a hybrid, like humanoid wolf-like person is now just a full great wolf. And it gets into a full gallop and races off into the hills away from you.
The poor thing. I have my shoulders slump and I walk back to everyone else. I guess I try and think about where it's going and blah blah blah, but I don't like track it or anything.
All right.
Come back. Yeah, seems like it was a werewolf. Yeah.
Yeah, big grin on my face. Well, that was probably the best outcome.
Yes, our ability to damage it and hurt it would have been limited. If I'm to guess.
I hear they have to have like silver. I don't know. One of those things.
One of those things.
Something like that.
Poor thing, though.
Only language they shared was growls, apparently.
That thing was like 3 times my size. What do you mean, poor thing?
They're a cursed being. I wouldn't wish that life on you.
Well, I appreciate that. I wouldn't wish that life on me either.
Well, then you agree. Poor thing.
All right. So that is the first half of the day. In the early afternoon, it falls to Puck to begin investigating this area. What do you do during your hours of investigation? What are you looking for, and how do you find it?
I am absolutely terrified of there being a chimera in this area. So I am like eyes to the sky, making sure I don't see any overly large creatures other than like maybe the occasional bloodhawk or maybe some of those, goat birds that we saw earlier, So I'm mostly looking for hostile threats that might be in the area.
All right. You spend the early afternoon attempting to avoid danger. Give me a perception check as you do that, scanning the skies, looking to keep the party safe. You managed to succeed as there was very little in the way of things in the sky. You manage to spot every hawk that flies by. You do see a few large birds, but none of them have the distinctive features of the bloodhawk. And the chimera or peritons from previously in the hills do not molest you. But you find little else of interest or value during your time either. And the early afternoon passes into late afternoon. You still have about 3 or 4 hours before the sun sets, and it falls to Patala. What are you looking for during your investigation out here, and how do you do it?
I think I'm looking for something similar to what Puck was going for. I'm looking for, what are the local fauna migration patterns, any sort of signs of a movement across the area, either from a food source standpoint or just from are there actual troops and alls that walk through here. So I'm looking for signs of passage mostly, if that makes sense.
Excellent. Looking and investigating for signs of passage. That to me is if you were specifically tracking, it might have been survival, but it looks like you're looking for just signs in general. So I think that's going to be perception. And I think just perception wisdom.
For me, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. And you do. What do you find? You find. Oh, that's the wrong die. There we go. You find signs of... You find knoll tracks. You find many knoll tracks.
They come out this far out. Okay.
Yes, during your investigation, you find the telltale signs of no fewer than 12 gnolls. There's a large pack whose tracks are fresh that you find out amongst the valleys of the hills. It is very clear that they are making their way from the north and the west, from where you are, towards the great kind of pale steppes that direction, but north and west.
From or going to? Did you say?
It looks like that's the direction that the tracks are from, and I guess they're not. In my mind, there's tracks to and from the same location.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Do I find anything that seems like it's like specifically aware of the like building we found, or is it just like nearby?
It's nearby. It doesn't. You don't get the impression of specifically aware necessarily, but it's hard to tell from what you see.
Do I pick up on like non-monstrous fauna? Like
yes, you do as well. You
could I
find
locate like a hunting ground if we were gonna like set up a place here?
You find a herd of giant goats.
Cool.
There are. Well, there's not that many in this herd. There's only.
I mean, I'm not necessarily looking for the herd. I'm looking for like.
There are
signs of migration.
17
and, like,
giant goats that you find in the like far east of the hills from where you started. There seems to be kind of a bit of like higher cliffs and like steeper hills, and where the juniper grows like high and like on like almost sheer faces, and this is where you find the giant goats like crawling all along these kind of tall and like hard to access areas of the gold hills. And there are 17, I believe is what I rolled, of them just kind of around in that area. You can see the signs of them kind of tracking all over this part of the hills.
Right. It's a place that they don't just like pass through, but would frequently return to for like mineral deposits that they are taking advantage of, so they could be a reliable food source. That's cool. That's really cool. I mean, until they die, but ration yourself. Cool. That's awesome. Can I petition Butcher to map this location so we have a water source and a food source on the same map?
Sure. And didn't you like nat 20 your previous cartographer roll? Yeah. Don't even bother rolling again. You crushed it, and you freehand this location. You can add it to that map.
Thank you, my friend.
During that time, there was no. That was a 3 on the die. No encounter. Okay. That concludes your investigation day, and you can return to the House of Andwell. Well, I guess you don't know it's called that. You can return to the stairs, and I believe that was the plan, right? You were resting there for the night.
Yeah.
All right. You return as the sun is setting and a day's travel has ended. Do we pass the night in peace, or is there things you want to do inside the ruins here, or the building here before we cross that bridge?
Do you have any daylight before like we get back, or do we get back like right as like the sun's down?
You're like, the sun is setting rapidly. There's obviously enough light to like set up camp and stuff. There's probably time to do a little something, but it's rapidly becoming night.
I'll wait till the morning. I don't want to fall down the stairs in the dark. That sounds awful. But if anyone has any scenes, I think that like, just as a general tenor of that, I don't know if that's right, attitude of the atmosphere of the group, there's a lot of like, I think Patala is presenting as like, this went very well this day, very happy with what we saw and stuff.
Yeah, I'll ask the party, so now that we've scouted out a couple of the places, are we heading back tomorrow, or?
We should head back.
Yeah, we should head back. Yep.
All right.
I agree. I think I think someone will be able to do something with this. Actually, when we return, are there any signs that anyone had been here when since we left?
No.
Okay.
Other than the fresh sweepings of what Josatun's body crashed through the tree with,
Cool.
There are no other signs of entrance or other people here.
If I feel the ground beneath the tree, is it like, I don't know, like can I tell anything about the time that it was watered? Like, was that happened since? Is it actually just groundwater? Can I do anything like that? Because you mentioned specifically that it felt like the tree was watered.
The ground has since dried over the course of the day and is no longer damp.
Excellent.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to unstrap my barrel of water that I've been filling as we've been traveling. It's at a very low level. And I'm just going to place it in one of the corners of the building. So that if anyone ever comes here, when we return, I'm going to tell them, hey, I'm leaving a barrel in a corner.
It's a rain barrel. That's awesome.
Nice. I like it.
We should actually just go and see about filling it even just a little bit fuller from that well before we leave tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm assuming that we filled up all of our water supply. At
You
the well.
found water, yeah. We'll say that everyone found water today.
So
rain barrel is awesome.
The one thing I would like to do before heading off to bed is, there's probably a little ulterior motive here, but I'll suck up a little bit to the wind spirit, and I'll pour all of my water skin at the base of the tree.
Okay.
And then go to sleep.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. You empty your water.
What you did, yeah.
You empty your water skin on the base of the tree before heading to bed. Anything else? I think that probably is good. Let's roll for encounters in the night. I will give you a modified roll for having generally safety. And your night passes. You are good. So we have had a night's rest. Let's do our foraging rolls here. You spent the entire day slowly examining the area around you. So we can have advantage on foraging rolls for the day. And water has been taken care of. Go ahead and give me foraging survival wisdom rolls at advantage, DC 15 for the Golden Hills. All right. So Patala, Butcher, Puck, and that is it. Have all succeeded. That's 3 successes, so all 3 of the pack animals can have foraged. You all do not need to mark any rations. But Josaton, you were unable to find good food while you were in your Arcana trance. Go ahead and mark me 2 pounds of rations.
I don't know how long these birds are going to be fresh, but probably a second day is okay. Maybe not a third.
For my purposes, I'm not going to make you track the freshness of butchered rations. Essentially, they're good until you get back for the end of the session, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, I'll mark that off the butchered rations then.
Yeah.
Awesome, great.
All right. So the evening passes. If there's any healing, I think we've hit 3 long rests without you guys taking any damage, but
I heal.
Class feature spells.
Yeah, we're fine.
Roll for dice. In the morning, at the moment that dawn passes or begins, you are all awoken by the sound of rain. And you look up and you realize that rain isn't hitting anywhere but in the area around the tree, lightly drizzling down in this one localized area right at the crack of dawn.
Put the barrel so it could potentially collect some of this rainwater.
You can. Let's see what they think of this. All right. You put your barrel in the localized rain and fill it to the brim.
Wow.
And I'm just gonna leave it there.
All right.
And whoever may come across this in the future, hopefully there's still a barrel.
I'll carve in the side of the barrel with my dagger. Water the tree.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Patel is just like enamored watching it as it pours down, just at peace with the universe.
As suddenly
really
as it
good.
started, it ends, and the localized rain shower stops, and you are all awake in the crack of dawn inside this this building, freshly watered. Like that smell when rain happens, like hard and heavy, and then stops, like permeates around you. You can smell the rain. And what do you all do? What's the plan for today?
One more hour. I need to get back to sleep.
I quickly scratch into the barrel. Don't go upstairs. All right.
I will. If Patella won't do it before me, I will go up the stairs, or even go up the stairs with Patella.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'll say something along the lines of like, I'd like to at very least thank our host, if nothing
Sure.
more.
All right.
As soon as I will like caveat one thing. As soon as the wind spirit like shows up, I'm going to like go prone and grab hold of the stairs.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, can we go together? Is it like wide enough for that? Or
Yes,
one
it
behind
is.
the
It
other?
is. I don't think I mentioned it, but the iron staircase is 10 feet wide. It is
I think
exactly.
you did, but I
It
don't
is
know.
exactly.
Yeah, plus I'm small, so I can fit on the same square. So
That's true too. But it is exactly wide enough for two regular sized people to walk abreast. And so you climb the stairs. You as rangers, I assume, have a decent passive perception.
13.
Will notice the second floor when you reach it is swept completely clean and is like free of any dust or debris or dirt or droppings from the tree. They seem to have all been swept down into the first floor below. You walk up through the wet tree branches, getting a little bit of the dampness from the early rain upon you. And you once again are welcomed into the like bright light of the dawn. Looking up, you see the same stone steps going 70 feet above. You see the basin glinting in the morning light, and the air begins to shimmer some 30 feet away from you, coalescing into the shape of the woman. And you hear that same breezy sound dance across the wind to you as she repeats, "Stop. Come no further. The stair is not for the likes of you."
I did not come here to invade what you protect. I just wanted to thank you. What is it you do here?
Then go back.
I look like sadly at that, like we can't just have a nice conversation. But before I go, is there anything I can do for you?
I think with that, she once again breathes in as you do not return to whence you came, and breathes out this burst of wind. Puck, you were prepared for this very specifically, and drop down trying to grab on to the iron stairs around you. I want each of you to make me strength, say, was it strength or constitution?
It was con last time.
Yeah, it's constitution. That's right. That's the way it is. I want you to
I'm
make...
going to forgo my save. I'm going to throw my arms wide and embrace the wind.
Okay. Patala, you throw your arms wide, and you embrace the wind. They are swept off the feet and thrown back 15 feet from the stairs. Which direction? You can decide which way you fall. Where do you fall?
I'm not entirely sure of the positioning. I feel like there was only one obvious direction, but if I have a choice,
You are like now
I would love to go
above
into the tree if I can.
Sure.
And like
You fall the same way that Puck did that Josaton did the day before, crashing through the tree, boom, on top of the second floor, and you take the full D6 falling damage as you plummet into the stone floor below you.
There's no means of getting like caught in the tree at all. It's just
you come crashing down through the thin branches.
Already broke those branches.
There's a nice Josaton size hole. Yeah. All right, Puck. You ducked down. You tried to grab the stairs as best you could. I want you to make your roll at advantage. You do so. The wind buffets and blasts you and tries to rip you from the stairs, but you hold firm. Please roll me initiative.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna scuttle down the stairs. Okay.
You mean that I should take the full 6 as in I took 6 damage?
Yes, you took 6 damage.
Yeah.
Quick, now's your chance. Get to the bed.
I mean, I did roll a natural 20 on initiative as well.
You did. You beat the sylph in front of you. You act first, Puck. What do you do?
I see that she's going to go aggressive, and I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, and I just scramble down the stairs as fast as I can. I'll take the dash action down the stairs. If I'm within a safe drop, I'll just jump to the second floor.
All right.
D6 damage. Grab the thing and jump off the edge. You'll be fine.
You
100 feet up.
You scramble down the stairs back into the tree line. You peek over your shoulder, seeing the sylph glide down the stairs after you, stopping short as you be under the tree, and just waiting as you now are beyond them.
Yeah, as I get down to the ground floor, I'll just stick my tongue out. And then just kind of grumble a little bit, and then go splash a handful of water at the tree. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
I like it. All right.
Picking my broken body up off the ground next to the tree, sort of just lean up against it.
Do you want to rest a bit?
Well,
You fell quite hard.
I'm just disappointed, but we should respect her wishes, I suppose.
You all see this sylph once again descend to the staircase with a broom in hand after a moment and begin sweeping the re-broken branches and leaves and things off of the second floor down to the floor below, whistling a bit, like the whistle of the wind as it happens.
I make sure to remember that whistle.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. I was like, if I had any sort of performance and or instrument proficiency, I would make that test, but that's not me.
I have minor illusion.
Ooh, I like that. That's good.
I'm proficient in loot. Could I potentially pluck out the whistle tune later?
Yeah. It's an absent-minded tune. It reminds you more of someone whistling to themselves as they work, right? And less than oh, I'm gonna whistle hot cross buns or something. They just kind of absent-mindedly.
Yeah.
But you can pick out the notes fairly well. You can mimic them as a proficient flautist.
Yeah, lutist rather. No.
Oh, right, a lute. I'm sorry, lutist.
Yeah, so I'll put that in the back of my head and just kind of mumble about wanting to buy a nice lute with the gold bowl, but grumbles. I'll remember that tune for later.
Okay.
Butcher, do you think there's anything else to be learned from the Dwarven runes? Is there any traditions you know of that have to do with wind spirits?
None that I know of, no. I suspect that this staircase was commissioned by whoever made this from some dwarves, but this is not a structure of the dwarves.
I believe that. Well,
It's a mishmash of stuff. Obviously, that golden bowl was placed up there, so whatever dwarves made this staircase and put these ruins on it must have worked alongside the people that placed that bowl.
well, even if this isn't a truly safe location, it's somewhere.
I mean, it's not safe if you go upstairs.
Well, there's that, but we saw a number of things in our travels around the area.
Yeah, put a door and a good lock on this. It's
No, I agree.
totally reasonable.
But and also just as a relatively safe location, right? Someplace someone can steal away a night or two.
It's walled.
Yeah, it's 4 walls and part of a roof. It's better than out in the plains.
I think it's an important thing to bring back to Farfield. I feel like this was a success.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I'll kind of like stretch a little bit and say, well, if there's nothing else to do, if you want to take a bit of a nap while we pack up, I'm sure we can get the horses or the pack animals ready by the time you're finished with your little rest.
That seems reasonable. We have 10 minutes to spare, I guess. Might as well
Yes,
do
we
it.
can take a short rest, and
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
you
spend a
can
hit die then.
spend the one half of your pool's hit dice,
Cool.
your maximum.
I'm already full.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll like get like the pack animals ready with Butcher while they're resting.
All right. You get the pack animals ready. You get ready to go. Everything is nice and dandy. So it sounds like you're heading back to Farfield Keep. Navigator, give me a pace and a route in order to get that you're taking today to make your way back.
I think today is probably fine going normal.
Okay.
But once I think I'll confirming this with the party, but like once we hit this area, we should probably go slow, and then we can go like fast pace back. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. That the middle area might be more dangerous because we've already scared of this area pretty thoroughly. That makes sense.
Yeah. So like,
I'm just worried about missing our checks to get water. Are we full up for the day from what we've done so far, or are we going to need to forage for it, Greg?
There's a barrel full of water right there.
You're
We're leaving it behind us.
gonna start your day with water, and then we'll figure out. Excuse me. We'll figure out water with a foraging check at the end of the day. Like you'll carry your normal water skins with you, like you always do.
if water's going to be a problem, then we could just take fast pace back to the river.
You could go at a fast pace if you would like. Yeah.
I have the feed. We can just do fast pace for this first day.
In the off chance you have some notes, Greg, I'd like to just add a detail that I drank some of the water while I'm on my 10-minute rest from the barrel. Just in case you had anything planned. I don't know.
Like the self water, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes. Okay. The water that waters the tree is just mundane conjured.
I figured it would be,
conjured
but
water.
I wanted to be specific about that.
I do have notes about water, but not that water.
I just remembered earlier we were like, "Hey, what's on this dagger?" And you're like, "Oh, you don't see anything that special." And then later I said I picked it up, and you're like, "Oh, well then." And I'm like, "Oh, I assumed I'd already picked it up, so I guess I should say these things." Yeah, so that's all.
Yeah. Good to know.
Yeah. So fast day the first day. Once we hit the river, we'll take a.
All right. Fast pace to make your way.
We need to get to water is the issue.
Yeah.
Right? So can we get to a water source that we know of?
You're
just
gonna
like a
try to
normal
get
pace?
back
I
to
don't
the
think so, right?
stream. It took you. You went slow.
Taking 2 slow paces. Yeah.
You went slow twice. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus. If you nail your navigation roll, then you will be 1, 2, 3, 4.
So
You will be able to
mechanically-
reach the stream barely. But
And
if you
that
miss
will-
the navigation roll, then you likely will not.
Will that affect our ability to get water?
You'll forage for it
No.
instead of auto passing.
Yeah.
It just means we won't have any chance of getting food.
Oh, what the heck happened to my camera?
Right, so that's just a normal roll because I'm an Outlander then? If
Yep.
we're doing fast pace?
All right, so fast pace, and you're heading due westward back to the stream. Yes, go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check at normal roll. Disadvantage for the pace, but advantage for being an Outlander. Your DC is 15. You nail it. So you
The reason
begin.
why I'm a guide.
Yes, you begin force marching your way through the hills. Your guide is good enough to get you through pretty much without a worry with your mules. You find nice valleys, you find a good path. There are not too many sheer cliffs or difficult things on your path to slow you down. I am going to roll up some encounters, but we have hit 10 o'clock, kind of the 2-hour warning before cutoff. I think this is the perfect time to take a break, and then we will come back with the march back on the other side. Sound good to y'all?
Sounds great.
Yep.
Awesome. So let us go ahead and take that break, and we will see you Twitch chat in about 5 minutes. 5. And welcome back, Twitch chat, to the final bit of Land Beyond the Mist session 10? 10. We have left the iron staircase behind, and the party is moving double time westward back to Farfield Keep. Tell me, what is the party atmosphere like? How are you passing through this first bit of the day? I've already rolled these.
Chummy.
Chummy? Yeah.
I'm just feeling good.
Accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, everything so far on this journey has gone very well. Like,
It has.
we had the incident with the goats that maybe wasn't the best, but everything else has been perfect. Like, we found what we came for. We easily dispatched some birds. Like, it's going well.
I scared a werewolf. I'm still kind of feeling sad about that poor thing. But
I
otherwise,
obtained something powerful.
Yeah. Buck isn't like a normally jovial person, and as you can see, he grumbles a lot, but like on this last bit back, he's just not grumbling. He's actually pretty silent and like
Nice.
paying attention to his job.
Well, the mood is high and everyone is feeling very good about themselves, and you are making fast pace through the expert guiding of Puck, getting the horses in marching speed and order. However, at about a bit past noon, maybe an hour or two past noon, into the early afternoon, it is Butcher who happens to pull up short and like stops the party. As you look down in front of you, Puck is saying, "We have to go through that ravine. That valley. We got to go through those two cliffs to get back." And you see standing there, Butcher, a half ogre, just bulging with muscle, club in hand. He's crouched down beside some rocks, and you can see the fresh kill of a like big giant badger, and he is like placing down like long ways on like a stone, like making it very clear and visible, and he seems to be in the process of setting up some kind of trap. But you need to get through there. What do you all do?
Well, personally,
Is this the only way through? Is there some valley, like,
if you
another
were
way
to
around?
go around, you could, but you would lose time, and you might not make it to the stream that you're trying to reach at the end of the day.
well, I suppose that means we also don't have time to simply watch its behavior. Do gnolls have like clothes or like symbology on them at all? Like, do they have like
I
war
believe
tribes
the
or whatever?
Gnolls wore armor, but I didn't have any markings. I didn't prepare distinct markings for the Gnolls.
Sure, yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was like, oh yeah, I can actually make some notes about that or not. Like, again, this is purely flavor stuff. Cool, great.
Yeah, I'll pipe up and say,
well, honestly speaking, this kind of seems like he's setting up trap for people like us. I don't know if I feel comfortable having the drop on him and not taking the opportunity, and maybe later we learn that someone got their head bashed in by a half ogre.
True. We should remove dangers from this land. I totally agree with that.
Wait, is this a half ogre or a gnoll?
yeah, it's a half ogre.
Okay, I completely. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about gnolls. Never mind.
I think we have an opportunity here.
Yeah, let's
Yep.
do some good. Maybe get a badger. I don't know.
Oh, I was gonna say we had the opportunity to watch how they set traps, but sure, yeah, your thing too.
All right.
I'll knock an arrow.
Well,
yeah, I
whatever
pull
someone
out
wants to do
my
something.
crossbow. I think how far away are we trying to set up here?
You got bows, right? You should do your max range if you can.
I mean, max short range on a light crossbow is
I believe it's 80.
80. Yeah.
I can do 120 with firebolt.
I
So
can
why
only
don't we
30,
have
but
you
I
guys
can
set up at
miss a
80
couple
feet,
rounds.
since
Yeah, let's do
that's where the
like
crossbow
80.
is. All right.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with 80.
So the party
That's
sets up.
my medium.
Perfect. All right, the party sets up at 80 feet, and the half ogre is in the process of laying out this dead badger, and it is like trying to set it up. You can see it looking up on the cliffside, trying to angle it just right. It hasn't noticed you as the party, so those of you who want to open combat by just shooting it, you can go ahead and make that happen.
This doesn't seem
Yep.
wrong to any of you now. All right.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'll
we
take a
can-
shot as soon as we're ready.
At least count how many shots it takes to knock them down. That's something.
Do we
is
get
this
advantage?
Yeah, I was about to ask, do we get advantage for having the drop on it? Or
Yes, yes. The creature is unaware of your presence. You can fire with advantage.
All right.
Oh, you crit the half ogre and a 21. Both of those will hit. Please roll me some damage. Oh, and the 21 as well.
1.
So
Nice.
10 damage so far, and then 19 damage.
All
together for
right.
it.
Nice.
Excellent. -1, -9, -9. The ogre is surprised and gives out a mighty bellow. The arrows and crossbow bolts and the one bit of fire damage arc across its back. It reaches down beside this large stone it was placing the badger on and lifts up a mighty battle axe, turns to look at you, sees the party, and looks to begin charging. I believe we should roll initiative, so what I'm going to do is throw you back on this map where your tokens are, so you can select them.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Since I wasn't attacking, since it's outside of my range, could I have hidden with that round so that I might still be able to
1,
get
2,
advantage when
3,
it is
4,
in my
5,
range?
6, 7, 8. That's about right. Sure,
Or
go ahead and
brush
give me
or
a
whatever.
hide check.
Cool. I'm probably gonna fail it because this is not what I'm built for, but yeah. Fail.
Okay,
That's fine.
you
I
hide
figured I'd
with
do
a-
something with my round.
You hide with a 3. It might not see you. Who knows?
Who knows?
All right. Let's.
I'm being very stealthy, and then my horse just like.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Everybody rolled in. It looks like it to me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I need
nope.
to do that. The 10 on there is my previous.
Right.
roll.
I am rolling 19.
Okay.
So let me update.
You don't have to update. It
It-
should. If you click on your token and roll, it should update. Awesome. So, wow, we have 3 19s.
No, I think
Mine should be a 7.
yeah,
Butcher's
should
is
be
a 7. All right, let's. Oh, there it is. Nice. All right. Perfect. So, Jostin and Patala, the half ogre, sees you. It picks up its mighty battle axe, and you are the first to respond as it stares at you and unleashes its bellow. What do you do?
It's still far away, so I will ready to throw fire at it, but that's a range of 30 feet, so.
Stuck in Firebolt.
All right, you ready your action to throw fire at it. Perfect. And that brings Jostin. What do you do? Firebolt. You said firebolt. Roll to hit for me.
21.
You hit for
7.
7
Nice.
points of fire damage. 16, 25, 26. You guys have done a lot of damage to this thing, but it's still going. Excellent.
Go right there.
Puck, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'll take a second shot at it.
All right, a 13. That might miss. Yes, this half ogre is in nice thick hide armor, and you fall just short of striking it. Your short bow sticks in its thickish hides, and
Sure, and as my object interaction, I will pull out my mace.
you pull out your mace. Excellent, Butcher. What shall you do?
Yeah, I will fire a second shot as well.
All right. You fire a second shot, 16 hits. For 5 more piercing damage, you've clearly bloodied the creature. But it roars at you and begins charging forward. How fast can it move?
Yeah, I put my crossbow away with my object interaction.
It charges as far as it can, coming up within 20 feet of you. Something like that. And lumbering, taking huge, big strides, but it cannot close the gap entirely in this round. Jostin, how do you do?
Is it within
He
20
will.
feet?
Yeah, he's within
Sorry,
20 feet of the party.
I have a held action, so can I just throw that?
Yes, I'm sorry. He gets close enough for you to shoot.
Awesome. I will freeze flame. I got one.
Oh, you are unable to strike them.
Cool.
Justin, the creature charged up. What do you do?
He moves forward to get within 15 feet of it, and he holds out his hands, and he casts Burning Hands.
All right. You step 5 feet forward, casting Burning Hands. A cone of flame erupts around the creature. The half-ogre fails its dexterity save, taking a full 10 points of damage. 10, 20,
I move back.
32, 30. Yeah, it is bloodied and burned and hurt, but it still lives. Patala, you threw a produce flame before, unaffecting the creature. What do you do now?
Guess I'll try again.
All right.
Actually, it's close, right?
Yes.
No, I'll definitely back up, and so I'll keep it at range.
All right, you back away from it. And it
22?
hit this time, yes.
Yeah, so I will take my horse and get some distance. The horse is going to stay there because I don't have control over it, but otherwise I will back up my, I think it's 640, is it? No, it's 50.
You can move 30 feet.
On a horse, I mean.
Okay, we're going to have to talk about riding your horses all day long, but that's fine. Yeah, riding horse has
I can use half my movement to get on the horse. And
a riding horse has
movement.
60 feet of independent movement, so you get on the riding horse and you ride it 60 feet.
Can we say that I was walking the horse, but I've used half my movement to get on the horse?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. So I'll get distance, whatever that is,
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Roll me the damage on your produce flame.
Sorry.
1 point.
Good.
Very nice.
I am.
Welcome to the club.
Hot fire. All right.
All right. It is very wounded at this point. Puck, you see it charging forward towards you. What do you do?
My object interaction, I'll pull out my dagger in my offhand, and I'll look to Butcher and say, are you going to shoot it again, or are you going to smack it?
You see Butcher reaching for his axe off his back.
All right, I'll give a nod, and I will move into melee with it.
All right,
take
you
up
move
a
into
spotlight.
melee.
Right here, and make a attack and bonus action attack with the mace and then dagger.
All right. The 15 hits.
I get
the
to reroll
6
that.
will not.
I get to reroll that because
Okay,
I'm
lucky.
halfling.
Sure.
Oh, a 2. That's twice as much. All right, so mace will deal
5
bludgeoning
points.
damage.
Ooh, you bludgeon it, but it does not die. The
I'll
half-ogre,
smash it right in the kneecap.
You smash it right in the kneecap. The ogre is like wobbling and bloodied and definitely looks worse for the wear. You've done a number on it to this point. Butcher, you see the ogre on its last legs. What do you do?
I'm going to run up, trying to harry it from another side. I know we're not doing flanking, so I'm not going to ask for any real advantages. Just,
Yeah, absolutely. The 16 hits. For 9 slashing, it dies. Congratulations, you have slain the mighty half-ogre before it could even swing its mighty battle axe at you. Well done.
I will quickly jump out of the way of the ogre as it falls on the other side.
Yes, you jump out of the way so that its mighty heft does not squish you like a bug.
You say battle axe. What's the quality of this battle axe?
It is a large-sized creature's battle axe. It is a normal battle axe made of steel, and it looks fine. It looks well used. It looks like it has been chipped and dinged in places, and might not be like perfectly well cared for, but it is perfectly serviceable as a battle axe.
I will take it and put it on the mule.
Okay.
So if this is a large creature's battle axe, would this be like a normal creature's great axe?
Do great axes exist? Yes, they do, don't they? Not
There's
really, right? So a
grip's too large, for example.
Yeah, you don't have to go into like we don't have to spend like 15 minutes, but just like no.
Basically, no. It's meant for a large-sized creature, and like if you were if you wanted to pick it up and try to train yourself to use it like a great axe, I feel like that's something that we could totally roleplay in like a more everyday campaign, right? But for this purposes, it's really just a monster's weapon. Like it's going to be too big unless you have some feat or way to use a like large-sized creature's weapon.
Cool.
All right.
Is there anything on them that I would identify as culturally significant, right? Do they have anything that shows community or like society? That's what I'm looking for, right?
This
I can make a roll.
ogre. Well, I have to figure out if he has anything. Cool. This half ogre.
You're wearing armor. We know that much.
Is wearing armor. It has no insignia emblazed on it. It looks like it's just the toughened hides of like creatures in this area. It seems like the half ogre itself probably has made it. The axe is metallurgically made. It was either picked off of somebody that knew how to make it, or was gifted to a ogre or a large-sized creature at some point in the past and been carried down. It is wearing
a well-made axe. That's important.
Yeah, it is wearing just armor and stuff. It doesn't carry coin. No, it seems that there are no other like major significant things to know about the creature beyond what I've said here.
All right.
Could be made at that enchanting forge that we heard in the distance.
Could be. Large-size steel weapons are not typically made. Or
Yes,
common, but then...
More research will be required to know whether or not the half-ogre. Do we know that? Like, is that like a
It is a half ogre. Yes. It doesn't necessarily mean like this bred with a human as much as it is like it's a half ogre stat block. In this world, like the fact that it would have bred with a human is like I suppose possible, but like really what this means is it's half an ogre. Like it's
like a dragonborn isn't someone born of a dragon and a human. It's its own
right.
thing. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ogrolon or something, we might say.
So it was setting some kind of trap, right?
It does appear so, right? It was laying out a kill as if it were bait on a like large stone underneath this like kind of in this valley underneath these like cliffs on either side.
I actually see this trap working because you remember those initial large badgers, like all those dead ones we found?
Yeah.
You did investigate it. If there was a chimera watching for more prey, that would have been exactly this. Right here.
Well, it also could be that there's something big that it's hunting. Like, it could be even that chimera, right, that's trying to get something to come here and eat this. My guess would be big birds, but...
That too.
Maybe it's looking for a nice wolf pelt scarf. Either way.
Is it just a killed giant badger, or has it been like all the good meat's been taken and it's just for like
you see where its head has been bashed as if like maybe by a giant club. And
not an axe, huh?
Not an
that's
axe.
Interesting.
And otherwise it is just a recently killed giant badger. It's still warm to the touch.
Oh, speaking of still warm to the touch, I'm going to see if any of my crossbow bolts are...
Yeah, absolutely. You fired 2, I believe?
Yep.
Yeah, and 2 of my arrows as well.
So the crossbow bolt, first one, no. Second one, yes. The arrows, no. That one also exploded. And this one, also no. All right. Anything else you want to do here with the half ogre and the badger? Or are we moving on?
I think we're good.
All right. The party continues on. You begin spending the rest of your day marching through the like semi-familiar grounds of the hills at this point. At one point, moving towards the evening, as the sun is close to setting. Your day is near an end, but there are still a few hours of light left. You are getting close to where you know the stream is. In fact, you can hear the like slight gurgle of water, and the four of you see once again these like shapes in the sky, dark, flying overhead, and you see the shapes of human shadows cast along the ground. There are two of them, and they seem to be, as you look back up, landing on different cliffs and are once again watching the party.
Same strategy, guys.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Worked last time.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I won't try anything silly. I had an idea, but let's just see if this works first. If it doesn't, I'll try something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we do the same sort of briskly moving away.
Yeah,
Alright.
not running, back
Stay
turn.
conspicuous. We're not the prey you're looking for. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the same check? Because I have forgotten
believe
what I
it
called
was
for.
Just
I don't want to do a different one.
survival?
Yeah, it was like just like a survival check.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to be like roll survival, and then you were like, no, it was nature history or something.
It's like the whole animal instincts of like back off, I'm a threat,
Right.
or leave me alone, I don't want to die.
I like it. All right, go ahead and give me that survival check.
All right, I guess I'll do it again.
Yeah.
I have a
Makes
plan.
sense.
I have a plan as he's doing that. It's too late.
All right.
Maybe.
You begin shuffling your way across, but this time a little too briskly. Perhaps you're tired at a long day's rest. Perhaps you're just more used to going fast. And you hear a screech, horrible and awful, sending chills down the back of your spine as you listen to it. And these two winged shapes take flight and come crashing down towards the party. I guess we'll come back to I don't know why we pulled you off of this map. Go ahead and click your tokens and let us roll into initiative. And I will pull out Peritons. Oh, again.
I have a plan, guys. Do we think the words of that wind lady holds weight to these Peritons?
Might be able to scare it. Yeah, right. Something earlier ran away from the blade as just from recognition. So there's a very possible intimidation tactic.
I am proficient in intimidation, so
All
I'm not.
right. These Peritons will roll into initiative as well. Hopefully.
Yes.
There we are. Wow. These initiative rolls have been quite shit. Everybody rolled in. So these Peritons scream their howling scream, become dashing down at the party as they make their brisk walk. Butcher, you're the first to react. What do you do?
What? 12 is the highest initiative? What happened? Okay. I'm going to circle my way around to in front of the party with respect to them, and I will ready an attack with my great axe if any of them should come into range.
All right, you ready an attack with your great axe. Joston, you are the next to react. What do you do?
he will cast minor illusion, or like get behind his like ally so he's closer. And projecting out a voice 30 feet in front of him. It's going to be the voice of the wind spirit saying, "Go back."
Oh, very cool.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion charisma check.
18.
Nice.
All right, very good. Puck, you hear the sylph's voice ring out, "Go back." What do you do?
Instinctively flinch and like go to drop to the ground for half a second, and then notice that it's my ally doing this, and I will hold a bow shot.
All right.
And if they continue to approach, regardless of the sylph,
Warning, threat.
Mhm.
Very good. Yeah. I love that you waited. That's awesome.
Patala, what do you do?
I actually have a mirror on me, and I want to pull it out and see if they look any different in the reflection. So I'm holding it at like a low angle and trying to
I have
see
to
if I can
remember
see
what
it.
happens with peritons and mirrors. Hold on.
I don't think there's anything. It's just me being weird.
Oh,
the dagger pointed at them. Full
its
intimidation.
shadow appears humanoid rather than reflecting their form. Sages postulate.
Yeah, I think this is a whatever you want to do thing.
Yeah, the mirror. I think that the mirror will reflect the birds. Like, it's not a bird, right? It's got big wings, and it's got the head of a stag and this big buck and these sharp, awful teeth, and like I think that's what you see in your mirror. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll hold it out so they can see themselves.
Ooh,
but I don't know if that'll do anything. They can see each other. They're there, but
all
whatever.
right, I like it.
Yeah.
It is the Periton's turn. The first Periton is spooked by the voice of the sylph, and actually screams a second time, kind of comes towards you, and then hears it and wheels back around and uses its turn to fly off into the distance.
We are gods.
This one, however, is unperturbed, and it sees the caster now as a threat, recognizing magic, and will immediately dive down to here to attack
shot
you. Yes, all of
before it gets
you.
in the way.
Puck, who had a held shot. No, it was
Butcher and Puck.
Butcher and didn't Puck cast a spell? No, that was Joseph. I'm stupid. Puck and Butcher both get your attacks that you held.
Awesome.
19.
19 will hit. The 10 will not.
Seven
The
damage.
7 damage strikes the Periton. It unleashes an unnatural yell of pain. Poor Jostan. You are getting a dive attacked as the thing has flown at least 30 feet in a straight line towards you. And it will rip and tear at you with its gore attack. With a 14? It's actually not great.
Hits my AC.
Oh, you're about to take a shit ton of damage.
no.
So
Let's hope it's not 18 or above.
you take... I think you're dead. I feel bad.
18 would kill me.
4 plus 2d. So this is the amount. Hopefully it rolls low. Oh my god, okay, it does roll 8, and then you take an additional 3 for the modifier, so 11 points total of damage.
Oh, okay, I'm unconscious.
Okay, but you're not
But not
dead,
dead.
so that's
But not
good.
dead.
It gets to multi-attack, and so now it'll turn. The caster dead, it will choose... Oh, it chooses Butcher, and it reaches out with its talons to gore you. And this is 9. It will not hit you. You bat it back with your battle axe and your armor. Butcher, you were the first to respond after this thing dive bombed Josotan. What do you do?
Well, I'm going to bring down my great axe on top of it, hopefully.
Okay, with a 14, I'm assuming that hits. It does.
All right.
For holy shit. For 15 damage. Very nice. It is not dead, but you have bloodied the creature. It is clearly wounded from this great strike across its hindquarters and chest. Blood flows liberally down on the pack mule it's hovering over.
So we decided that you can administer a potion to a downed person.
Yes. Although
You've seen me heal by a magic already.
you're going to leave the attack radius of this creature when you do so, and it will attack you. Administering a potion is an action, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do have action surge.
Okay,
now,
so are you gonna move? You're gonna action surge potion. I like that. Okay, so you
Like,
move
throw it on
exactly.
their face.
You move exactly as you've shown there. So it's going to take its multi-attack gore and talons at you as a reaction. The first attack is a 12. I don't believe that hits you. And then with its talons, it strikes a 23. Good for 6 piercing damage against
I
you.
thought they maybe you rule this differently, but I thought they only got 1 attack specifically on opportunity
so
attacks. Am I
The opportunity attack,
misunderstanding?
to my knowledge, this is how I understand it. The opportunity attack takes your attack action, and so when the creature has a multi-attack, their attack action does 2 things, right?
I've never heard a GM
No.
put it that way.
I don't think that. I think it's
cool.
just. I think it literally just says in the rules that it's just 1 attack. But
One attack.
I'll look it up,
attack
but for
much.
tonight, take 6 damage.
Absolutely.
It's just 6. It's just 6. It's not a killing blow.
All right. And you administer your potion with your action surge. Go ahead and mark your action surge and roll that potion.
So it's the base healing potion,
yes.
so it's a 7.
All right. Joston, you wake up, choke down some potion, and gain 7 hit points. This terrifying creature that gored you is like flapping its enormous wings over the pack mule right next to you. What do you do?
Holds out a hand. Burn! As he casts burning hands up at it.
All right. It will make a dexterity save. With a 7, it fails, taking 9 more points of damage. Does it have resistance to that?
I also stand up.
Okay, it does not. So it takes the full 9. Excellent. So you, sir, have injured it some. Good. It is not dead. Puck, this gout of flame has erupted over the creature. What do you do?
I whip out my trusty mace and go to smash it in the head.
All right.
For 13?
The 13 will hit.
Oh.
Yeah, this one has
Alright, for
13
8.
natural armor for 8. So 8 and 9, and then these. It isn't. Oh, it's very close, but it is not dead. Patala,
Yeah.
you're the next to react. What do you do?
Well, I might as well do this one time in the session. So I will take a small club that's at my waist that I have not previously mentioned. Not the dagger, because the dagger sucks. You heard it, Greg. Your dagger's awful. No. And it has like a winding of mistletoe around it, which I did pay 1 GP for as per your rules.
Mm-hmm.
And I will bonus action cast Shillelagh on it.
Okay.
And it will sprout into this like cool shillelagh.
All right.
And I will attack it.
All right.
With Shillelagh.
You hit
24 to hit
with magic damage for 10.
for 10.
You slay the creature. Ah! It falls in a heap, dying. Its cries of pain sounding almost too human, but it falls dead at your feet. Excellent! So, party, you've been attacked by Peritons, drove one away. The sun is near set. Do you want to do anything else but finish the rest of your day's travel to the stream?
I want to take some time to at least say some words. I'm not going to bury this thing. And then I want to cut it open and see if I can find its heart.
Ooh.
Because this is a Paradigm we're talking about.
It is indeed.
It might not have one, and I'm really curious.
You spend some time looking through the Periton, cutting it open, and you do indeed find its heart.
Okay.
The creature's blood spills out blackish and putrid, but the organ is still there.
I wouldn't recommend eating this meat. Too human.
Just leave it
And
to
then
rot.
I'll cut out this heart and wrap it in something. I guess like parchment, because that's all I have.
I have a backpack.
What's up with our? At this point, I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. You pack away a nasty ass heart. The party
Fair
will,
heart.
I assume, finish its like little bit of travel, maybe even into dark just a little bit to make sure they reach the stream that they're so close to. And a day will almost pass. Hold on.
Can
And
we
it-
take 10 minutes for a short rest?
You got it in just
I
in
will forgo
time.
it while you were doing that. That makes sense.
You got it in just in time. Go ahead and take your short rest.
All right.
Yeah. I think I don't get a short rest because I am doing this butchery.
That
thing
sounds
that's
good.
happening
I
sometime.
think that's very fair.
That would have sucked if I died on a non-critical gore attack.
It has a feature that gives it an additional 2d8 damage on a dive.
Right,
I'm
that makes
so
sense,
happy
of course.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Do you need me to give you any short rest spiel, or do you got it?
We're
You
good.
got it.
Yeah.
The night passes tensely, but is done without any interruptions. And you have rested at the stream, so water is no problem. Let's go ahead and make foraging rolls. You don't
No need,
actually
we
get
went
to
fast,
forage
yeah.
because you went at a fast pace, so never mind. Please mark off feed for each of the 3 animals and 8 pounds of rations.
I'll mark off 4 pounds. Somebody else, or I'm going to mark off 6 pounds, including the 4 pounds that.
I'm just gonna mark my own personal rations off, so don't
All
worry
right.
about it.
And then
Wait, how much? It's 2 for each of us plus our feed, right? And
Yes.
you're marking up how
yeah,
much?
I've got it.
Butcher.
He's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
he's
They're
got the
taking
6
care of it.
personals. Yeah, he's got the 6 personals, or 6 like butchered rations. I'm just eating one of my personal ones. So
Okay,
Perfect.
Cool. Feed wise, I don't know if we're all good for feed or not. I have 6 days on my.
yeah,
I
we should
have-
be fine.
Yeah, I have feed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
We're good.
gave my last feed to my mule, so right on time.
Excellent.
All right. The night passes. You can you can roll additional hit points of anything you have left remaining, or any hit dice left remaining, and regain
Well, no
all your
doubt.
spells and class features. Then refill your pool up to 1/2 of your total. And we are at the next day. So, Mr. Navigator, I assume you're heading back to Farfield Keep. Are we once again doing a fast pace?
Could we get back there and without going to a fast pace because we're about to hit planes?
You could put, like, based on your knowledge of how fast you go, a good navigation roll at not a fast pace will get you there. Fast
and
pace
it's
will get
DC
you
10,
there
right?
earlier in the day. I'm sorry?
Yeah, and it's like and it's DC 10, right? Because we're going
You're
to planes.
still in the hills right now, so
Okay.
it'll be based on this roll here.
Yeah, for the fact that we'll get there regardless of going fast or normal, let's just go normal so I can get the advantage.
All right, so you go normal and roll with advantage. Give me a survival wisdom with a DC of 15 for the Golden Hills.
Big ol' 19.
Oh, you already did it. Oh, well done. Okay, you navigate very successfully and begin making your way through the Gold Hills. You are tracking perfectly well, keeping everybody out of too much line of sight, making it easy for your pack animals. Oh, and your day passes. Oh, well, we only need 3 actually, because by the time a normal pace gets to the last act of the day, you have made it successfully out of the hills, and you are back into the plains. You don't get all the way back to Farfield Keep that day, but you make it into like a small village or something in the pasture lands and the farms nearby. And you have successfully gone out and returned from the Golden Hills and won yourselves some great victory and renown, I suppose. Let me get together the treasure list and some XP for you all. In the meantime, if you have anything you want to shout out or say before we close up the stream, now would be a great time to do so.
Cool.
Or should we go from Butcher down like we did at the beginning?
That sounds great. Yeah, Butcher and Joseton and Puck and Boyd are in that's the order I see.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really fun session. Had fun playing with all you guys. Hope to see you guys around.
Yeah, great meeting you.
While the loot may not be as much material as it can be, I myself have enjoyed this immensely. I had fun with all of you, and I have obtained something more powerful than mere coin, a voice. And it holds weight on the Peritons, so it holds weight on other things as well.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's some real loot right there. That's awesome.
That is pretty good. Okay. I have XP ready. Do you want me to jump in, or do you guys want to keep going around?
Let's just flesh this out, and then we can do that. So this last little bit, and then we can, return to shoutouts after.
Perfect.
Cool.
So I have 324 experience for each of you to take home for today's session. Congratulations for those level 1s that are getting the next level. And you also have taken home, excuse me, 57 gold 4 ways. Actually, I didn't do. I should have done that sooner. You are all taking home 14 gold pieces each, additionally. The Ritual Dagger of Thirst is a magic item that the group has obtained. Patala attuned to it during the session, that's fine, but if anyone wants that dagger now, this is when we would roll for it if there's multiple people interested.
Cool. Yeah, the only thing I was thinking, maybe I would offer it to Justin, in that I found a scholar within him who would be interested in, looking into it further. And I know that literally, I know you're going to be going out and using it more sooner than I will as a player.
I would love to, and I think that prompts a wisdom save.
Yeah, actually, it does. Josaton, you were knocked out of the Periton fight. The ogre's final blow was not yours.
I did not kill... Did I kill anything?
I don't think so. You didn't kill very many things this session.
I've killed more things now.
So, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw at advantage.
Isn't it nice that I have a -1 to this roll?
It's awesome.
And I roll 17.
You're fine. It's cold for a moment, but you have the Ritual Dagger of Thirst. Excellent! So...
Greg, can you repeat one more time the XP total?
The XP total is 324 experience for each of you.
4. Thank you. That's what I was missing.
Why can't I talk you into 40 more experience?
It was a cool one, right? I'm like, we didn't kill too
I had
much,
to double
we had
check
a
that
lot
you
of
didn't
experience.
misspeak or something, because I knew that was just a little short.
Oh, nice. Well,
That's all.
sometime soon you'll be level 3. Awesome. So
You
where
should've
were
gone
we?
up the stairs. You missed out on that experience.
There was more experience to be had for sure in this session.
We could have actually fought the lycanthrope, but that would have ended.
I
probably terribly.
counted that as a XP. Yeah, you defeated it via intimidating it away.
Cool.
Yeah,
Do we-
I think about the only other thing would be the sylph, so...
Do we roll for-
first, just to be clear?
You can roll for
I
HP
added-
if you would like. Yes.
Because that's the fun way to do things.
I mean, we could have murdered those gnolls. That would have been some experience.
Knowles, the Sylph.
Yeah.
A few
I think we did a
1d6.
good job at choosing our battles. We could have done it so many times.
We'll roll.
That Constitution, though, saving the day, getting 4 extra hit points.
All right, your
Yeah.
boy is multi-classing into rogue if you're doing multi-class. If
Absolutely.
not, I'm going to do... All right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I
Might
got
take
5
average this level.
HP. Very good. Very good. I like it.
Is this a decision I'm making now? Because I am not ready to make that decision.
If you don't want to make it now, you don't have to. That's fine.
I usually go with the average anyway, not because I'm a coward, but because I never can remember if I've rolled or not, and then I can recalculate it every time.
I won't punish you for taking the average in this one. All right, guys. I interrupted shoutouts. Puck, Stone, you want to shout anything out?
My name is Stone. I go by Mael on Twitch. I stream D&D on Tuesdays and Sundays at around 10 to 11 EST. I do a 5th edition game on Tuesday and a 2nd edition game on Sunday.
Awesome.
Where can we find that?
At the twitch.com/MAI_AEL.
Sounds good.
I'm not going to remember that, unfortunately.
Twitch.tv, rather.
It's his Discord handle in not
All right,
my
that's
server.
helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting with a lot of people that migrated over from Koi Boost Discord, because I know them as a different Discord handle, and then they were like that handle for a day or so in my Discord, and now suddenly they're a character name or something else. I have to like reassociate.
Here, I'll add the little MAI_AEL.
Yeah, throw that in chat if you'd like. No worries.
There you go. 32 characters or less on Discord, sadly.
No worries. I figured it out at any rate. Awesome. That sounds great. Darcy, would you like to shout anything out?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, like everyone else said, had a great time. You're all lovely role players to role play with, and I would welcome you anytime in any other table as well. I stream on Twitch sometimes, just whatever. Lately, I've been going through Final Fantasy 14. That is not important. We're not going to talk about that. Which is usually like this time slot. It's usually Friday nights. But D&D wise, I stream with SideQuest Live, twitch.tv/SideQuest Live on Thursday nights, and we're reaching our sort of finale for our version of Descent into Avernus. So if anybody wants to see the final arc of that, I highly recommend checking out the next few sessions.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you all for playing with me. I had a really good time. Twitch chat, I hope you all enjoyed it as much. I will be seeing you all, well, not necessarily these players, one of them. I'll be seeing most of you all in another session tomorrow at noon my time. There will be some familiar faces around the table. I'm looking forward to it. I hope to see you there, but if not, have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever it is till I do catch you again. And we will be seeing you next time. Peace, everybody.
Good night.
Till tomorrow.